You're heading the wrong direction. If everyone will have a seat, we'll call this meeting to order. I'd like to invite Officer Trevor Primo to come forward and lead us in the pledge. If we'd all stand and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Trevor, if you'll remain standing. Trevor and 3 other officers participated in the 23rd Annual Baton Memorial Death March. Trevor, you want to tell us some more about that, or is it Chief going to tell us about that?
Go ahead. The Baton Death March is in tribute to the soldiers that made the long journey after surrendering to the Japanese, and this is done every year out at the White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico in their honor. It was a 26-mile marathon through the desert, over a mountain, with a 40-pound pack. Our team completed it in 6 hours and 50 minutes.
Let's have a hand for our team.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I would like to call the other 3 of the 4 other participants that came tonight with us is Pete Pukish, Eugene Duplessis, and Lucas Von Esch, all from Roswell. George Wells could not make it for other prior meeting, and if you remember, we were on the Greenville trip when this occurred. Trevor worked all that night, worked till 3 o'clock that afternoon, went home, got some sleep, came back to work all night, and then flew out to New Mexico to do this 26-mile trek
so it was a
through
real
the
death
desert.
march for Trevor.
So,
can the council get our picture taken with you?
I think they would be honored to. Thank you.
Can we get you guys to scoot down on this side? Ready?
I'd like to invite Morgan Timmis and anyone else with her on this Georgia Ramble to come forward as I'm reading a resolution about the Georgia Trust Spring Ramble in Roswell. Whereas the mission of the Georgia Trust for Historic Preservation is to work for the preservation and revitalization of Georgia's diverse historic resources and advocate their appreciation, protection, and use. And whereas the Georgia Trust sponsors rambles in different Georgia communities which feature educational visits and social events in historic properties not usually open for the public. And whereas the Georgia Trust has selected Roswell as a location for its 2012 Spring Ramble and annual meeting, which will take place on April 20th through the 22nd. And whereas Georgia Trust and Historic Preservation Division of the Georgia Department of Natural Resources once again will join forces to co-sponsor the Georgia Statewide Preservation Conference in Roswell on April 19th and 20th. And whereas the Roswell Historical Society, the Roswell Convention and Visitors Bureau, and volunteer organizing committees have partnered with Georgia Trust to sponsor the Spring Ramble and make it the most memorable event of its kind. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim April 19th through the 22nd as Roswell Ramble Days and call upon all of our citizens to welcome all of the participants at these important events which celebrate our unique history and culture. And with that, I'm going to invite Morgan Timmis to come to the microphone and tell the council and all of these residents of Roswell what a great ramble we're going to have that weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We are so excited to be hosting this event. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was Sarah Winter's idea, right, about 2 years ago, that this event take place in Roswell, and she reached out to the Georgia Trust, and after much work, it is happening. And I'm going to turn the podium over to Bryn Shonday with the Georgia Trust to let her explain to you in more detail what's going to be happening. But for those of you in the audience, there are copies of the flyer that describe everything that you can pick up on your way out, and we hope you will all join us. So, Bryn.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for inviting us to come to Roswell. I'm actually a resident of Roswell, so I was very excited when we were invited and when the Trust accepted to come and have their spring ramble here. We've been rambling since 1974 all over Georgia, and it's just amazing that this is the first time we have been to Roswell. So during the tour, we have guests that come from all over the state and actually from surrounding states around Georgia, and they really are excited about this ramble to see what Roswell has to offer. And I think it's a really, really good opportunity for Roswell to shine. Living here, I just know all the great historic resources that are here. And I want to introduce Lee Burns from DNR.
Thank you, Mayor Wood and Council. I'd just like to thank you on behalf of our Commissioner Mark Williams and our Division Director Dave Crass for accepting the grant to have our State Preservation Conference here in Roswell. We're looking forward to it. Welcoming your citizens, and I particularly want to thank your HPC members for their support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elaine De Niro, and I'm co-chair for the Ramble with Marcia Somm. And I just want to let you know that this is really a 3-day extravaganza, and it is a bargain for anyone who wants to attend. And we're encouraging everyone from the city of Roswell to come and support our efforts. The Roswell Historical Society will be a beneficiary of the funds that they will share with the Georgia Trust. And basically, it's a 3-day event where each day you tour different sections of Roswell. They're historic homes, private homes, rarely seen. Canton Street and beyond on Friday, the houses around the square on Saturday, and the Mill Village on Sunday. There are dinners at night, there's lunches, there's breakfast. As I said, you just want to stay in Roswell, vacation in Roswell that weekend, don't go out of town, and just come and have a lot of fun with us. Thank you.
Morgan, you want to give some more information about costs and how they would sign up for it and their options? They don't have to come to the whole thing?
That's correct, Mayor. It's actually, Bryn, you probably do a better job with the details than I would.
There are a variety of registration options, discounted prices if you're a member of the trust, but we also have non-member prices. And then there are individual days, the whole weekend, and you can do tour only if you want to eat at home and you don't want to have the meals. But I'll tell you, the meals are going to be really great. We're having brunch at Smith Plantation, barbecue at Barrington Hall, dinner at the Mill. So it's going to be a really fun weekend. And you can buy tickets at thegeorgiatrust.org. And also my phone number is on the brochure as well that are back at the table.
If they want to buy tickets here in Roswell, where could they buy them?
They can just buy them on the website or call me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they couldn't come to CVB or someplace?
Mm-mm.
Okay, they have to go to the website.
Mm-hmm.
And when does this close? When Could they bite
I'll
up
take
the rest?
registrations up to the day before.
I encourage everyone who has, even the folks who think they know Roswell, to participate in this. You'll see homes that I haven't seen, and some places that you'll never get to see have been open before, and it'll be a great event for Roswell. And I want to thank y'all for picking Roswell, and we're going to enjoy the weekend, and we promise the same beautiful weather that we've had today.
Of course.
Let's have a hand for
Thank
the
you.
Roswell Ramble. But Elaine De Niro, before you leave, we have a exhibit downstairs on the Civil War in Roswell. You want to tell the audience about that, how we put that together, and if they haven't seen it, it's in the rotunda on the way out here. Some great history, some great photographs, some points that I hadn't read before. So give us a quick overview of the display down in the rotunda.
Well, basically, the Roswell Troublesome Times is an exhibit about the Civil War, specifically in Roswell. And the great thing about this is all the photographs and all the artifacts that are on these panels come from the Roswell Historical Society / City of Roswell Research Library and Archives. And this exhibit basically focuses on what happened in the city of Roswell, how it affected every single aspect of each different population class in the town, how it was occupied by the Union forces, and what happened with the mills during that time. So this is, of course, the celebration of the 150th of the commemoration of the Civil War, and so we did our part to let the people know what actually happened in Roswell.
And I encourage who wrote this up for us? Who's the author of this?
I am.
Great
I'm the
job. Great job. Let's have a hand for Elaine De Niro in this exhibit. Thank you. I encourage you on the way out of this building to stop by and take a look at it. It's a great summary in a short order with great pictures and great stories. And I'd like to invite the Garden Club up as I read their proclamation. Do we have some people from the Garden Club here? These are wonderful ladies. And let me read this proclamation and I'll say other nice things. Whereas the Roswell Garden Club was founded in 1951 and currently have 37 very active and dedicated members. The Roswell Garden Club members volunteer and dedicate their time to beautify our city's award-winning parks and landscape in and around our historic homes and refurbish gardens throughout the city. And whereas the Roswell Garden Club has generously donated their time and expertise to the following garden projects in the city of Roswell: the Archibald Smith's Plantation Antique Rose Garden, Heritage Hydrangea Garden, Planet Pink Garden, Kitchen Vegetable Garden, and Cotton Garden, the Grimes Bridge Adult Recreation Center's Entrance Garden and Waist High Garden for mentally and developmentally challenged persons, Historic Barrington Hall's Butterfly Garden, Roswell Nursing Home and Rehabilitation Center's Courtyard Garden, and garden assistance throughout the city in preparation for the 2012 Roswell Ramble of Historic Homes. And whereas the Roswell Garden Club has received many distinguished awards and honors, in 2011 they were awarded the Garden Club of the Year from the Dogwood District of the Garden Clubs of Georgia and from the Fulton Federation of Gardens Club. First place for their Standard Home Show and Public Relations and Publications Award. And from the Garden Club of Georgia, they were recipient of a $200 matching grant for holiday displays throughout the city. Now, therefore, I, Jerry Wood, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby proclaim April 15th to the 21st is 2012 as Garden Club Week, and ask all of our citizens to acknowledge their members' contribution and their dedication to help beautify our city. For all these beautiful ladies, on behalf of the City of Roswell, thank you. Let's have a hand for the beautiful ladies. And with that, I'd like to invite a representative of the Garden Club to come forward and tell us more about all the wonderful things you do and how people in this audience who are saying, what a beautiful day, how I would love to go gardening, how do I get started? How can they do that with the Garden Club?
Okay, my name is Carolyn Herndon. I'm the president of the Roswell Garden Club. And you've read all the things we've been doing, and we still have all these gardens to work in. We have a full schedule for April, events to work sessions, field trips, and meetings. And anyone interested can go to the website, www.roswellgardenclub.com, for lots of information about our club.
And they can see you tonight as you walk out of here and figure out how to get joined up. And it's a beautiful day to garden every day in the city of Roswell. And thank you for all that you do for Roswell. One more hand for these beautiful ladies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Motion by Councilmember Wynn. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Eichelhardt. Does anyone in the audience have any questions on the consent agenda? That's what you're not here for, most of you. All right. Do we have all in favor of the consent agenda raise their hands? Passes unanimously. At this time, I'll call upon liaison of the Community Development Department and Councilmember Nancy Diamond to call the Community Development calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to call on Brad Townsend to tell us about RZ12-03, text amendment to approve the Groveway Community Hybrid Form-Based Code. This is the second reading.
Did we skip an item?
Sorry, I've got Groveway on the brain.
That's okay.
Okay, yeah. Approval of city sponsorship of the Rock and Ride motorcycle ride on Saturday, June 23rd, 2012, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and approval of a budget amendment 1001-5850-070912 in the amount of $1,000. Sorry.
I'm asking the council to consider shifting money from their each shifting a seventh of this from their travel budget, which I don't believe anybody spent this year. Kay gave you the recommendation. We did not have the money for this charity because we had previously spent our budget. I believe it's a great cause for the city of Roswell. Grady treats our citizens. They're a big participant with Roswell. I think it's a great program. I support it. I'm more than willing to contribute my share to make sure that this event goes forward and helps them raise an anticipated $100,000. So I'm looking for support from the council members. Would they shift money from their transportation budget, from their travel budget and education budget to this program? I'm looking for support from council to do that so we can make this happen for Grady Hospital. Does any council members wish to participate? Yes, Councilmember Wynn.
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'll be glad to. I wasn't sure until I heard the Grady representative at the community committee meeting, and since this does help our public safety officers when they're injured, I will be glad to kick in.
Anyone else willing to share in their education travel budget? Yes, Councilmember Orleans.
I'll make a motion for the approval of the city-sponsored Rock and Ride motorcycle ride on Saturday, June 23rd, 2012, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and approval of the budget amendment 100-15850-07-09-12 in the amount of $1,000.
Are you where are you proposing the $1,000 come from?
That budget amendment
would be coming from
puts it out to 7 ways, right?
Of each council. We have a motion. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Diamond. Is there further discussion? Anyone in the audience wish to comment? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do I need to reread it, or we all know where we are? Just for the record, it's RZ 1203, text amendment to approve Groveway Community Hybrid Form-Based Code, second reading. Mr. Townsend.
Yes, thank you. This is a proposed text amendment for the Groveway Community Hybrid Form-Based Code. This was initiated by Council on January 9th, 2012. There was a subsequent work session in January 30th, an additional work session on March 26, 2012. This was the livable initiative that started the whole process of looking at this area of the city and determining. This was done by the Atlanta Regional Commission and started us looking at what could happen differently in this location. This is a couple of sketches of the 2009 charrette, which kind of refined the committee as well as the stakeholders where we were going and directed by that. The city then got a grant from the ARC to start the process in creating the hybrid code. This is a general pictures of the locations showing some of the existing properties in that locations, areas that are looking to be redeveloped that would be benefited by this proposed text amendment. There, as I mentioned, a special work session was held on the 30th. The Design Review Board, HPC, Planning Commission, as well as Mayor and Council on first reading on March 9th. What I'm going to go through now have been the major points of interest included in your backup material of the ordinance. These are in draft red. I'll start on page 7. This deals with the proposal in dealing with what the right-of-way for development would be required. At the discussions at the committee level, there was discussions that we would require 58 feet of right-of-way. This is a schematic draft that is included in your backup material. I believe it's on page 61, that shows how that 58 feet would be split, 29 feet on each side. This is just a generic representation. The cross-section could be worked in different ways, making sure we have the minimum, as been discussed in the past, in particular areas for lane widths of being 11 feet and sidewalks. So mostly the discussion is how much landscaping or parking aisles or curbs would be in that cross-section. The second area of discussion was the initiation, or included in the material, that a 50-foot cross-section would be for all secondary streets. This would require 25 feet from the center line of the road for that cross-section. This is included in your backup material on page 62. This is a generalization of that cross-section. Really, the biggest difference in dealing with the 8 feet is it would allow for on-street parking in the 58 feet. A 50-foot cross-section would allow on-street parking. That would reduce probably the landscape buffer areas, as well as sidewalks would have to be reduced to provide that within the 50-foot cross-section. The third area on page 7 deals with the discussions brought up at committee on how mayor and council could waive the requirement dealing with constructing the cross-section of the right-of-way as part of development. Included in the backup material on page 7, lines 17 through 21, is the language that's been proposed. It is, in essence, allowing the mayor and council, upon a finding that the construction of the cross-section did not need to take place by the development, but they have to pay an equivalent amount of funds that would be subsequently used by the city to make the improvement to that street cross-section adjacent to the property giving those funds. So that was language included that is for your review this evening. The next area dealing with a clarification deals with the height. There's been a lot of discussion related to 5 stories and 3 stories. This clarifies where 5 stories are allowed, only adjacent to primary streets. The secondary streets are maximum of 3 stories. The 5-story portion can only reach a depth of 100 feet from that primary street. The next, this is a map showing the Groveway that shows where the primary, secondary streets are. This is included in your backup material. I believe it's in the appendix. The next area has been the discussion of how we measure height and where do we measure it from. On the bottom of this slide, it gives the existing language of height. As you can see, the letters in green talk about the mean height level between the eaves and the ridges. That's the language that's not included in this proposed text amendment. Staff would just like clear direction of which way we are going to measure height. This is just a graphic that shows the two changes. The graphic on the left shows the proposed, where it will be measured from the eaves. The graphic on the right shows how it will be measured to the midpoint of the eaves and the peak. So staff is just indicating one of these needs to be chosen as part of the text amendment this evening. It's shown and measured to the eaves. The next area is a simple change on page 18 dealing with wood accents. The next language deals with the affordable housing. We included language to control the amount of dollars earned by the household, dealing with that language for their workforce housing in that location. The language that was eliminated from the text you have in front of you dealt with requiring HPC or DRB to review the public art. That language was eliminated at the committee's request. That would have been on page 32 and 47. The next areas actually deal with the map. The first area deals with including the area on Fraser Street. We reduced the two areas dealing with primary streets to make sure that they did not include the residential locations. The fourth area that was part of discussion at committee was to include part of Fraser Street. I've left this as a dotted line, waiting for your direction this evening as to whether any further portions of Fraser Street would be included south of Norcross. So the map that you have in your package this evening does not include anything on Fraser Street south of Norcross. This is the proposed map as it would be adopted in your packet this evening, unless you choose to make changes or amendments to the map, which all can be made this evening. The other area that's been much discussed has been where would multifamily be allowed or apartments be as permitted or conditional. The discussion that was placed at committee was to break it into two categories, that the area south of Oak Street would be allowed multifamily permitted. The rest of the neighborhood or mixed use would allow for multifamily to be conditional at those locations. The other two small changes deal with measuring from the front property line and the two minimum criteria for sidewalks in the two zoning districts, neighborhood commercial being 8 feet, the neighborhood residential being 5 feet. We are here this evening at second reading. That is the complete presentation I have this evening, but I'm sure there will be a few questions. I'll be happy to answer any of them.
Let's begin. I think you probably need a general overall. A lot of these people are here for the first time tonight. So you have addressed the changes suggest between the first reading and the second reading. I think we need a more general presentation for a general explanation of what this zoning ordinance is doing for the folks who are just joining us and had not heard any of these presentations before from the city.
The big picture of what's going on for this proposed text amendment is a new set of regulations that allows some flexibility for redevelopment for this area. And starting back in 2008 and 2009, when this was looked at as part of the LCI as well as the charrette and the developed by ARC, because this has a strong grid of a street network, it provides opportunities for redevelopment for assemblage of property. But for properties to be assembled, there has to be an economic advantage as well as a market advantage for some redevelopment to take place. So the city went out to the community, mayor and council chose stakeholders. There was a long, lengthy months, years of process dealing with stakeholders in the community of what did they want. I mean, there are two very strong African American churches that have a presence in this area. They were brought into the committee. There's the Housing Authority. There's residents in the surrounding areas that were also brought into discussions as to what do you feel 30 years from now, 20 years from now, this community should look like, and what does it bring as a jewel to the city of Roswell in trying to provide some incentives for change. After months and months of meetings and discussions, the text amendment, I believe in December of 2011, the Atlanta Regional Commission felt that their task was done, and it was to start through the public process in, required meetings. We discussed it with the Historic Preservation Commission, the Design Review Board, the Planning Commissions, those elected or appointed bodies, by the City of Roswell, to provide input into that, changes that they would see fit. And staff had work sessions with council where we tried to identify what we felt would be the pitfalls or the things that would need to be changed or things to be discussed in dealing with that. One of the arching concerns that was brought out dealing with a form-based code is the desire that you control what it looks like and not how the building is used. There was a couple of meetings that ARC held with the mayor and council as to, is this what you truly want to bring forward if this community supports this? So we got kind of marching orders that, yes, go forward and see what's brought through the community and the stakeholders in that arena. The other big issue was this code does not address a density number. It does not say a units per acre. It does not control in that manner, because that's not the way a form-based code is uniquely driven to include. We will control the size of the building and the box and the setbacks, but we will not tell you how many dwelling units you put on your piece of property. The other factors that fit into that are how many parking spaces do you fit, and where do you put your detention, and do you meet your landscaping requirements and things of that nature. So what distinguishes this as a hybrid code is we do have a list of uses. Back in the appendix, there's a list of uses that are permitted, that are prohibited, that are allowed. The original draft came through with a lot of uses that were identified as conditional. The conditional use process is not given to the landowner by right. They have to come to the mayor and council through a public hearing process where we post signs, we notice people within 300 feet of the property, and we have public hearings that whether they get that use or not. So that is a conditional use process. Most of the uses listed in the back of the ordinance are then listed as permitted. That is a right then given to that landowner to choose and use that use and build the building to have that use in it. So that is probably the succinctest overview I can give for about 18 months of work.
If you'll go back to that map and talk about, I know one of the big issues is rental housing in this area.
Yes.
Now, where the multifamily is permitting, what is the current use of that property?
Majority of it is the Housing Authority, the Child Development Center. There's a couple of industrial uses. I believe
the majority is currently rental housing under the Roswell Housing Authority.
The Housing Authority has a majority of the property, yes.
And outside of that, you would have to have a hearing and a special consent from the city to put in rental housing. So rental housing is only allowed conditionally with special permission from this council.
That's correct.
Thank you. Does the council have other questions? Council Eigelhart.
Well, my main question is really, will we get what we say we want out of here? And I don't know if you can answer that particular one. But I guess I would ask, can we add that all projects will be designed and built by Lou Oliver and Alex Paulson and Dave Schmidt and a select few others? Because if we can do that, I think I'd probably be okay with all this. But I think the answer is no. And, I think in zoning we're supposed to really encourage and allow what we want, but to also protect against what we don't want. And I'm really concerned that we do not protect against that worst case here. So let me ask some questions based on that.
Okay.
And looking through this whole thing, what we've been said over and over is that we're going to have high-quality buildings, so that's going to resolve a lot of the issues we're worried about. But then when I look through the pages, and this is page 18, and it talks about building materials. I actually flipped it up myself. It goes through brick and concrete siding standards. It says masonry, concrete, brick, or other durable materials must be incorporated between wood accent or metal siding, the ground plane, so-and-so. It goes on, used for primary facade. Buildings are encouraged to incorporate combination of textures and colors. Stone, masonry, brick, or timber is applied, combined with wood siding. I haven't found anything in here that says it's going to be high-quality brick, it's going to be high-quality materials, other than it's maybe a little bit more sturdy than just plain wood. But even in this, it says wood siding is allowed. Mm-hmm. So is there anywhere in here that was going to give us that certainty that we're going to have these high-quality buildings? Or what is in there? Maybe that's a better way to put it.
I don't believe there's any words in here that actually define or would determine what a high-quality building is. I think that's why some of the ordinances in dealing with what the guidelines require provide for the opportunity for the city to look at it and review it and make those determinations with the guidelines that are utilized in those standards. And the guidelines then can be not that the city applying this would be subjective, but try to provide a bench level of providing that it be of a quality that the city is looking for.
Just a clarification, I apologize for interrupting, Kent. I thought we were not going to allow wood siding. We were going to allow wood accents, which would be just an individual treatment. But right. I thought we were not going to allow wood siding.
That's what we added. It's only wood as an accent.
But I'm reading specifically from what we have in our book on page 19, the top sentence, line 1, brick or timber applied as columns or piers combined with wood siding, concrete siding, or stucco may be appropriate.
Kent, you raise a good point, and I think we need to make it clear that wood siding is not allowed, because if it's still in there, it should be removed. The intent was not to allow wood siding. Wood accent might be a piece of trim. A window trim is wood accent, and a timber might be a column, but wood siding, the intention was not to allow wood siding. And good point you've raised.
Well, and that's just one of many. But the point, even broader than that, that's not just wood siding. It could be plain concrete, it could be stucco, it could be a number of things that are actually in existing apartments today. And in fact, I sent Mr. Townsend a picture today. Is that possible to pull up quickly? By what I've read in the description of everything, it meets all the guidelines that we're putting of breaking up the structure, having different windows, having things stick out, all this kind of stuff. It's stucco and siding, and that meets what is in here. And this is Chattahoochee Landing Apartments, which was built many, many years ago to be the premier apartments that are now, one of our key apartment problems. So that is just my point here, that what we're allowing was not what we want, and we've got to be very careful with that. Second question, and this is probably more for Mr. Davidson. We've talked over and over and over about how no matter what goes through here is going to end up going through DRB and or the Historic Design Review Board, I should say, for people who don't know that one, and Historic Preservation Commission. I know that's correct, but what power do they have to actually implement anything that they normally would do in terms of what's in the Historic Preservation District, and within the DRB rules normally?
They will be able to review to ensure compliance with the things that are required under this overlay. And they can make recommendations, obviously, for the guidelines, but if just the actual required things in this, they will make sure that people actually comply with the requirements of this ordinance.
But that does not include, for instance, the elements of the historic district that would otherwise apply if they were not under this overlay.
That's correct.
So height, mass, all those things are not something that HPC could then apply in this instance.
That's correct.
And DRB could not do all the design things that they normally do unless they fall under the actual requirements of this ordinance, not just the guidelines, which there are more of those than anything.
Correct.
So essentially, if they go to these, there's very little power that they have otherwise than what staff would already have done through the process. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes.
So again, that's the concern that we keep saying. DRB and HPC will save us no matter what, but I don't think so. Third, this is, again, for probably Mr. Davidson. Is it possible that the Roswell Housing Authority element on that bottom right corner could be cleaved off that we could deal with it, because I know we have a timeline for them, but other part we may not have that issue. Could it be cleaved off and approved separately?
The council could change the map any way they want to elect to change the map. If that's your, is that what you're saying?
Well, if we wanted to do that first, to get that done so that they can meet their timeline and need for the grant opportunities they have, we can do that first and then come back and finish the rest of it when we work out all the things I'm going to bring up later. But so basically, could we do Part A and Part B essentially?
You could adopt two different ordinances, yes, and change. You would have to do a lot of changes to the other sections in this ordinance, but basically you would be adopting two different maps, and this you could change the map to change the area that this applies to, yes.
Okay. Because I guess my concern again is we've been doing this on a relatively quick path so that we can meet the requirements of the grant deadline for the housing authority, which I think we can do that and still do a better job on the rest. And then finally, again for probably Mr. Davidson, you and I talked about this, that the guidelines that we're going to have, which is mostly what is through here, are just that, recommendations, encouragements, things that say may or we hope that you will. But in the end, those are just guidelines, and a developer can do pretty much what they want, whether it fits that guideline or not. Is that correct?
That is true, unless it's part of one of the conditional approvals and the council makes those guidelines mandatory, then yes, those guidelines are simply guidelines.
And most that we've seen through here, well, we'll see it maybe later, the conditional part is for maybe multifamily, but for most things, everything's going to be permitted for the most part under what's proposed. And I'm not going to do all this now because it would take quite a while, but I could go through and I have pages and pages of things like this where wood siding is still in there, where one page says metal siding is allowed, the next page says metal siding is not allowed, where it says wider facades wider than 300 feet have to meet certain guidelines, but then another part says that no building can be wider than 300 feet. So you're not going to have a facade that's wider than 300 feet. Where are the orientations of the building? A number of things. It's just amazing the number of things that are contradictions or unclear that we, I think, need to resolve before we pass this. And I'm not going to take that time right now. I'll come back later, but I don't want the process to move on right now. But just making clear that that's here and something we've got to worry about. Anyone else have any questions?
Any further discussion by council before open up for public comment? Mr. David said he needs to have the first reading of the ordinance. Second reading of the ordinance.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 12 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance. Now, therefore, pursuant to their authority, the mayor and city council adopt the following ordinance. Chapter 12 of the zoning ordinance is hereby amended by adding section 12.4 to read as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference. If approved, this would be the second.
I'm going to hold entertaining a motion until we've heard from the public, because I think that we want to hear from them and try to hear as much as we can before we can see if there are any amendments we want to make or whether we want to pass this. First, before I totally open it up, do we have any organizations represented here tonight? If we do, I'd like to hear it from the organizations first, and then I'll open it up for public general comment for individual comment. So if you represent an organization, if you'd like to speak, raise your hand. Yes, please, come forward. And when you come forward, if you'll give us your name, your address, and the organization you're representing.
My name is Verna Hill Atterbury, and I am representing the Roswell Tenant Council. I'm the president of the Tenant Council in the Roswell Housing Authority.
And you live in the Roswell Housing Authority?
Yes, I'm a resident of Roswell on Forest Street. I have a comment about the whole, you all are saying they're going to build the whole community up. But in our circumstance, it's like when they start building, they're going to start moving residents out under the hood. Section 8, and a lot of the builder that is supposed to be working on our project is Integral, and they have done many projects in the Atlanta City area, and a lot of those properties that they have built a lot of the apartments in there are vacant because people were not able to move back in the apartments because the rent was too high. So they were saying that in order for them to build in our neighborhood, they would have to have a 70%. They would have to have 70% of the people who move in to be at a market share price, so that they can profit off of that. But if they build and they don't profit off of it, no one will be living in this housing project, and the whole project, I think, is going to go to waste because they're building just to make the area look better, but they're not realizing that the families who stay in the projects really need somewhere to stay. So it's like you want to make it look pretty, but you're not thinking about the people who live there. So my concern is, are the people who are building at the housing project where we live, are they going to have they're going to care about us, they're going to have concern about, are they going to have concern about us instead of not worried about how it looks or how much money you can profit for building this, instead of worrying about, are we going to be able to be stable in that project after they start building?
Do we have a representative from Roswell Housing Authority here tonight? Yes, sir, if you could come forward. Can you respond to that question?
Try my best. How about that?
If you'll give us your name and...
Sure. Aaron Gravitt, I'm representing the Roswell Housing Authority. I just would like to comment on a few of the prior comments. The Roswell Housing Authority is working with the developer, Integral, in working with the families that actually live currently in the Housing Authority on a moving scenario and how that will impact not only them but also the community at large. It's a work in progress. We've gone through multiple iterations and phases of how it's actually going to work. We don't have a final plan as of yet, but it's something that we are cognizant of. And the reason we chose Integral is their focus on community. They actually have a representative solely dedicated to work within the community and liaise and interact with our residents.
Let me ask you a couple of questions.
Sure.
Are we going to preserve at least the same number of supported housing in this community after this development as now?
Yes, we are.
So we don't anticipate any of the current residents losing a place to live?
No, we do not.
We had talked about phasing it so they'd be moving from one location in the housing authority to another location in the housing authority within Groveway. Is that still the intention?
That is still the intent.
So now we're not going to move them out of the community and then back in later when it's finished. We're going to build something for them to move to first.
That is correct. We are trying to work with Integral and come up with a plan that makes sense and works for all. That's why we've gone back and had multiple iterations on the least impact to the community itself.
Right. Are we going to be raising the rents of the folks who are currently receiving lower under market rent?
That is not in the plan, no.
So do we plan not to do that? We plan to keep it the same rental rate?
We do, or possibly lower.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Are there any other organizations represented here tonight? Yes, sir. Come forward. You give us your name and address and your organization you're representing.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Martin Howe. I live at 130 Victory Lane. My organization is called Roswell Citizens for Responsible Growth. We represent neighbors in the east area of Gramercy Road, Victory Creek, Shadowbrook, and a few people over in Martin's Landing. Our purpose is to keep our neighbors informed of what's going on with local politics. I just have a couple comments. I'll try to be concise and try to make some sense. This effort is being billed as a community-driven effort by the information put out by the city, and the Groveway timeline indicates what's happened over, I think, an extensive amount of work over the last 4 years. I've lived in Roswell on Gramercy Bridge Road for 8 years. I operated a business at 108 Oak Street for 2 years. I've never heard the term Groveway ever in 8 years, up until it just got posted on the website. This information just got posted recently, and then I started looking into this. So the Groveway timeline indicates 120 people were involved in the stakeholder meetings. That's 0.136% of the 88,000 people in Roswell. So, in my opinion, as a newcomer to Roswell politics, we have a very strong problem with getting people involved. And there's a lot of people here today, I don't know what their opinion is going to be, but if this is a community-driven effort, it'd be shocking to me, because I don't think that people understand what's going on. It's been a year since... I don't know anybody back there, so I don't know. But it's been a year since the first reading, and I'm just finding out about it, and that could speak to my ignorance, and that could speak to the apathy of this town. Maybe it does. Maybe we don't care. But I saw Charlie Brownville getting pushed through, and now I see the same thing up here on Groveway. And having operated a business in that neighborhood for 2 years, and having regular breakfasts at a now defunct location, which is good to see that we've added that to this area. People are not talking about this. So I have a couple questions. I think it looks great. Anybody that's been to Seaside, anybody that's been to Atlantic Station, knows what mixed use is, and knows it's a great idea for us. And this is an area that needs to be redeveloped. I hope that everybody in this town would agree with that. Number 9, as you go up number 9, it needs work, and this area needs work. But the streets are tiny back here. And we have the housing authority. We have people that are concerned about where they're going to live. And, I would just ask a couple questions. How are we going to make this happen? You got the housing authority, Tomahawk, Roswell Printing. You got Roswell Transmission. You got Roswell Bonding. You have Mini Warehouse, Dixie, Gerber, Rio, West Signs, Locke. Are these people going to sell their property? I mean, have these people been talked to and they said, hey, you guys do this and we're going to sell? I don't understand how passing this open-ended zoning, which is... Councilman Igahart, I appreciate your comments about this. I personally am an engineer, and I'm rather anal about stuff, and to think that we're going to pass an open-ending, form-based zoning in which nearly every case of development is going to be a conditional use. Why do you want to do that to yourself? Y'all are going to have to meet on every single building front, and you're going to have to deal with these on a case-by-case basis. Frankly, being ignorant of the process, I don't understand what the advantage is to pass a zoning where you have to then go back in and talk about every single thing that a person is going to do. I don't understand how you have if the land is going to be sold, are these people willing to go? And you have a representative that lives in the housing authority, and she sure doesn't want to go. And she doesn't want to have her rent raised, do you? Right. So we hear that they're not going to raise their rent, but, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. So one more point I'd like to make is you guys took a trip to Greenville. I spent 8 years living in Greenville, and I was there during the time that Greenville, South Carolina did their redevelopment. It's a much bigger town. It's 4 or 5 times bigger than Roswell, so there's not, it may not be the best example, but it is an example of a town that's progressive and is trying to grow. And they have anchors. What the article talked about and what you guys learned about is the anchors. The anchors being the hotel, the anchors being the baseball team. The big anchor in Greenville is the Reedy River and the Reedy River Falls. And the hotel sits on the falls, and they tore a bridge down at a cost of millions of dollars to tear that bridge down. And we have this beautiful cliff overlooking a big creek where we get our water from. That area could be beautiful, and there could be beautiful houses on there. There could be a beautiful park. This design doesn't. This design puts apartments right there. It's the best piece of property in town. That cliff could be the best piece of property in town. So I don't know how well this is being thought out. One last comment: infrastructure. It all comes down to infrastructure for me. I live on Grimes Bridge Road. I love the new bridge. I love the roundabout. Hated it in the design. but I love it. Love the roundabout. I love the new bridge at Oxbow. You guys did a great job. Whoever did that did a great job. But as you know, we're a pass-through for people moving over to the interstate, and we're going to put 1,500 people. Mr. Love, 1,500 people, 4,000 people, 1.5 million square feet of retail on Oak Street. I mean, you look at the traffic. Look at the traffic lights. You're going to put these people on Oak Street. Where? I mean, the water proposal, the new water plant doesn't even handle these people. I mean, I asked a specific question in this meeting: does the new water plant anticipate any new customers? The answer is no. It's only going to handle new customers. So we're going to bring 4,000 people, 2,000 people into Groveway, and we don't even have a water plan for them? How much effort is being put in infrastructure? The charrettes are awesome. These are great drawings by, I'm sure, some very talented architects who made a nice fancy drawing of a building that may be made of wood, maybe made of anthills, maybe made of dust. But where's the infrastructure going to go? What school are these people going to go to? Where are they going to get the water from? Where's the sewer going to come from? And how in the heck are they going to turn left on Oxbow? And how in the heck are they going to drive down number 9? I mean, we can't. I mean, who's going to pay for it? Impact fees? Are you guys going to TAD this, like we talked about for Roswell East? We're going to call this a blighted community and put a tax allocation district there? Like, why are we talking about these things? Shouldn't this come first? How in the world, if we don't know if certain people are arguing about whether it's 4,000 people or 1,500 people, let's assume it's only 1,500 people. Where are their resources going to come from? And how in the world can we tonight pass an open-based zoning ruling without even knowing the number of people that are going to be here and the infrastructure cost? I apologize if I rambled a bit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other organizations? Yes, sir, come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Robert Broom. I am the Director of Governmental Affairs for the Atlanta Board of Realtors and the Atlanta Commercial Board of Realtors. Our trade associations represent approximately 7,500 real estate professionals engaged in all manner of the real estate industry, including brokerage, property management, and both commercial and residential development. It's my pleasure to speak to you tonight about the Groveway plan. And just a couple of quick notes about why I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the professional real estate community. The Atlanta Board of Realtors and the Atlanta Commercial Board of Realtors are the chief trade groups in the metro Atlanta area advocating for smart, quality growth. And as such, we tend to take these sorts of ordinances very seriously. And quite frankly, until about 12 hours ago, I was under the impression that things were going quite well. I had stepped out of town for spring break with my family and kids, and had missed some of the recent objections that had been brought up about this plan. And I was quite dismayed by the amount of hyperbole, by the amount of exaggeration, and some fear-mongering and explanations of worst-case scenarios that, quite frankly, I think when upon close examination of this ordinance and the supporting documents, those allegations and those hyperbole just do not bear truth. A couple of general points. Realtors recognize that having a community where people want to live and work is important not only to our business, but more importantly, form-based codes as a tool for urban planning can create a sense of place that adds to the overall quality of life that many of the residents desire. And I'm going to talk a little bit in a second about what is behind that desire. Another way to look at it is that form-based codes, as a zoning tool, are essentially the DNA of compact, walkable, mixed-use neighborhoods. And I believe that they are the key to maintaining Roswell's small-town feel and small-town character for this area. Now, let's talk for just a second, if we can, about what I said earlier about the quality of life that many residents desire. And I want you to think about what kind of environment are we willing to create for the next generation of buyers. And when I say next generation of buyers, I'm talking about the folks that are going to be buying real estate in Roswell in the course of the next 3 to 5 years and the next 5 to 10 years. Okay? What does the market analysis tell us? What are the trends? What do we know? This is based not only on research by the National Association of Realtors, but is supported also by research that has been done by your own Atlanta Regional Commission. And there's 3 key demographics. I just want to talk about what they're looking for, and if we want to be a forward-thinking city, what should we be preparing for? First, older boomers, and those are the folks that are in the age range of 55 to 64 right now. These folks predominantly want to age in place, which is basically the idea of staying where you want to be, whether that be assisted or unassisted, but in your home, close to friends, close to family, and for this generation, most especially close to grandchildren. But they predominantly want to age in place. Their demographic has a high demand for mixed-aged, mixed-use communities with walkable, urbanized settings. What is being proposed in this form-based code and the flexibility that it will offer for redevelopment of this community is exactly what this particular market, the older boomers, are going to be looking for in the next 3 to 5 years. And then on the younger end of that spectrum, the next 5 to 10 years following. And so adopting this form-based code tonight would be a very, I think, forward-thinking move for this council to prepare for that market. A second demographic I want to bring up are the younger boomers, aged 46 to 54. These are the folks that, quite frankly, are taking it right on the chin with the current housing economy being what it is. These folks are in their peak earning years, but many of them are tied to suburban properties where they have negative equity. These are the folks that right now, because they are in their peak earning years, ought to be looking at the purchase of a second home, ought to be looking at the purchase of investment property. But these folks right now are essentially tied to their suburban homes, and if they want to be those folks that are moving into those mixed-use communities that were described for the older boomers, they're going to have to unload their suburban properties, their McMansions, if you will, the things that Roswell and North Fulton are, quite frankly, filled with. The problem that they've got is the market isn't there. And, you may expect me, on behalf of the realtors, to be up here standing and talking about all the great things that are happening in real estate right now, and there are great things happening. But the market reality is that Generation Y, the third demographic I want to talk about, those folks who are right now in their late teens all the way up through their early 30s, they are, as a group, almost universally rejecting the suburban sprawl that has been the marked characteristic of how we have zoned up until this point. They are flat out rejecting it. They have seen their parents, and for many of them, their grandparents, taken to the cleaners by their loss in equity in the housing market as it went bust in 2007 and 2008. These are folks who do not want to be necessarily tied to home ownership, although we see that softening a little bit. But these are folks that will begin their professional careers as renters by necessity. And quite frankly, the worst fear for my industry is that they will become renters by choice. But what we do know about what kind of property they look to occupy is that it is a strong desire for urban settings, and it is a strong desire for mixed use mixed income communities. And so again, if you're going to be building for the future, adoption of this form-based code ordinance tonight is the absolute best thing that this council could do for the future of Roswell. And so in closing, on behalf of the Atlanta Board of Realtors, the Atlanta Commercial Board of Realtors, the 7,500 professionals that I represent, I call on this council to approve this ordinance tonight and move Roswell forward. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of council.
Thank you. Are there any other organizations who are represented here tonight? Yes, sir. Come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Scott Mosley, Housing Authority Director and resident of 908 Myrtle Street, smack dab in the middle of Grove Way. I just wanted to let you know I've been here 17 months. I have a unique opportunity to be relatively new and objective in what I see and experience since I've been here. I've seen a dynamic planning process, strategic planning process in this Grove Way effort. Myself, many board members, several tenants, even preceding me, were actively engaged in that process. Since I've been here, we went from a 45% occupancy rate to a 98% occupancy rate. We've invested over $250,000 in long overdue repairs. The places that my people live in are not the best, but at least they're safe and decent at this point, but we want to give them better places to live at affordable prices. We're required by HUD. We have 103 subsidies. Whatever is built in the future, the same 103 people that choose to continue to live here will pay the same percentage of their income towards rent. That's required by HUD. We would have it no other way. There is a tenant council in place now. We try to keep them active and informed and assure their protection so that they can keep the rest of the tenants informed of that process. We have funds to invest. We bought additional land. We're going to pursue more lands in the future. The funds that we have for capital investment can leverage 20-fold that amount in private investment into the community. With us as basically a public body politic, we have the public trust in mind. We don't do it for the profit. Anything we make goes back into furthering affordable, and I'll introduce a new concept of attainable housing, primarily for workforce and essential community workers, such as city workers, healthcare, educators, firefighters, etc. So I just want to let you know speaking on behalf of the board, I know Aaron spoke a minute ago, but addressing a specific question, that we're completely in favor of this process and going to be probably the most active player in its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other organizations represented here tonight? All right, now we're going to open up for public comment. What I want to try to do, I know we've got both sides of the issue to be heard from. So the folks who want to speak, if you want to speak in favor of this project, I want you on the right side of me, on this over here. I'll be calling these people first if you're sitting up here. And the people who are sitting on the left who are opposed to this Groveway project, I want them over here. And I'm going to call the people sitting up here first. And then once I call all the people who are sitting up here, if it hasn't been filled up again, I will go from there. And that's how I'm going to try to get one side, 1 point on each side. So if you're going to speak in this thing, I want you first to come up here in the front row. Those who want to speak in favor, if you don't know which side you're going to speak on, if you just have questions, you can pick either side. And having heard from the Roswell Housing Authority who supported this as our last speaker, I'm going to call the gentleman sitting right here on the end of the road. If you'll come forward, give us your name and address, and then I'll be calling someone from my right to speak next.
My name is Mike Lowry. I live in Wildwood Springs on Old Path Crossing in Roswell. I've been a resident there for 18 years. I'm also a realtor. My wife is still a member of the Atlanta Board of Realtors. I dropped my membership last year. I wish to emphatically state that the gentleman who spoke from the Board of Realtors does not speak for me or any of the realtors that I know in the North Fulton area. I'm also a senior. You can tell because I don't have any hair, and what's left is gray. But I have no desire to live in a live, work, play, urbanized community. I will move to Charlotte first. My daughter, who is a member of the up-and-coming generation, just moved to Lexington, Kentucky to escape the urbanization of what for the last 45 years has been the nicest suburban region in the United States. Now, Groveway needs redevelopment. I'm not at all opposed to redeveloping it on a coherent basis with limited densities. The idea of creating yet another slum of the future in ultra-high density housing is not in the character of Roswell, is not in the character of North Fulton, and in my opinion will sow the seeds of the ruin of the region.
Yes, come forward, please.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Janet Russell. I live at 260 Willow Springs Drive. I have been in the same house for 39 years. I have been at more of these council meetings probably than all of the people in this room added up, including the council and the mayor. And with that, I would like to say the following. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we heard from a man named Andre Duany. Mr. Duany is the leading urbanist in the world, and he came to Roswell to speak about what we needed in this town. And could all of you raise your hands of who was here last week when Mr. Duany, the famous person, spoke? I'm overwhelmed about your interest in someone with real knowledge, not emotional knee-jerk response. He came here as a professional and he gave us his opinions. Now I'm going to give you my professional opinion. 39 years ago, I came before the City Council when the council meetings met in the City Hall, which is where the Visitors Bureau was. Are you bored, sir? I heard a big sigh. Well, you had a big sigh. That's not very nice. I asked at that time that the City Council create live, work, play communities. 39 years ago, when Roswell was a village. I also asked that they connect every development, street, park, church, shopping center, by sidewalks and bike paths, because Roswell was a village. It could have been, had they did it then, of course, I was just a woman who was told to go home and make cookies. We would be a model community for the United States today as what can happen to a rural community that suddenly becomes urban. And for those of you who think we are suburban, newsflash, we are not Mayberry. We are 88,000 people. We are the sixth biggest city in the state of Georgia, and we're not Mayberry. For those of you who prefer to live in a subdivision with a cul-de-sac, you are most welcome to. We have many of them, and they're beautiful. And when it takes you 20 minutes to get to the entrance of your subdivision and gas is $5 a gallon, you're not going to be so happy with living in the cul-de-sac. A cul-de-sac is the death knell of communication in any community. I have spent the last 45 years traveling to 80 countries and consulting with governments in tourism. And may I tell you, as a private travel planner, I have never had one tourist come home and say, "We had the best time, we never had to get out of our car." Everyone comes back and says, "We walked everywhere. It was fabulous. We strolled. We saw shops. People lived where they were. It was wonderful." Now, we all fear the unknown, but once we know the known, there's nothing to fear. I remember when Roswell High School was here, because my daughters were the last classes to graduate from the old building, and there was a huge uproar about, we can't let that be made into condominiums and homes and lofts. It'll be terrible. They're full. I remember when they built the condos down in the rivers on the east side of 9. I think there are about 200. Boy, people didn't want those either. They're full. I remember when Roswell Village was a working mill, when the noon whistle went off and the cotton workers took their break. And then there was a lot of hoopla, and now we have the beautiful Mill Village. And just yesterday, I brought a visitor who lived. She was a retired Air Force officer, and she was here for Easter vacation, and I gave her the $2 tour of Roswell, and she flipped over all of these amazing things that are in town. Now, I've been a proponent, for those of you who don't know me, of bicycles, sidewalks, and mass transit for 39 years. I started when I was pregnant. We know how long that was. I'm here to tell you that exactly what the Board of Realtors man has said is correct. Having just taken a look at the average age in this room, none of the people in this room are going to be alive in 25 years. Not none of them, most of them. Sorry, Sally. The ones, not you, Sally, the ones behind me. Sorry, I won't be here. I know that. The young people today, I just did a study and read an article, and he is exactly right. The young people today actually think it's pretty cool to not use a car. Why? Why would they? Sit in traffic? I have a sign that says, "You are not sitting in traffic, you are traffic." Now, I have a couple of concerns, because you know I never let any of you get away with anything. Ever. Because you see, I have no financial hold in this area. I live just a few blocks away. I don't own any property. I'm not going to develop. I won't even be alive when it's finished. But I care so passionately about my community and making it a place to live. And to live doesn't mean living at the end of a cul-de-sac unless you want to. Now, I have to tell you that for people that choose to live in this area, I live so that you know, Willow Springs Drive is not part of Willow Springs subdivision. Willow Springs Drive was there first, 50 years ago, and it's behind the Land of a Thousand Hills Coffee House. The bus stops at the corner, 290 South Atlanta Street. The 85 bus will get me in 15 minutes into the North Springs MARTA station, where I take the train to go around the world. So I am not an little, oh, poor little thing is afraid person. No, not at all. So I'm here to tell you that this part of town is not Plan B for people. Oh, when all else fails, God, I better just move to downtown Roswell because I ain't got it together. I have met people that live off of Chattahoochee Street who sold the big house in Country Club of the South because they didn't want the big house anymore. They wanted to walk to the restaurants. They wanted to walk to the bus. They wanted to say, screw the car. And pretty soon by June 1, when gas is $5 a gallon, you're all going to be thinking that too. Now, we all agree Grove Way is a mess. It is a mess. It is left over from 1930. If you recall, that was the Great Depression. Now, for those of you who have a knee-jerk response and say, no more development, I'm sorry. The 1930s weren't that swell. Ask the people who are our parents who remember living it. I'm telling you again the following. I have a couple of questions. One's for the fire marshal. Because I told you, I don't take any side here except that I am absolutely for redevelopment. Had any of you been at the Oxbow Road alignment meeting, you would have heard me speak to Mr. DiPolito about the whole concept. I see everything from a manner of tourism. When someone comes to our town square, to our visitors bureau, what do we have to offer but those historic homes? I said to them, you need to realign Oxbow. You need to bring the street, the one that runs between the cemeteries, over to Oak Street, which we just finished, to make it a walking community that will connect to this complex, to the library, across the street to Canton Street, all the way back up Mimosa. It becomes a thoroughfare where businesses thrive. To the gentleman that wants to know how to turn left on Oxbow, if you didn't notice, the apartments that were crack houses were knocked down. That street's being realigned to the left side of the hardware store so that it will align directly across the street with the little cut-through that faces the Baptist church. Because that is the most dangerous intersection probably in the city right now. It's a blind hill and a blind curve. But I have a couple of questions about the height of the buildings. I really don't like 5 stories. I think that's really, really not good. I remember when you were building the Charlie Brown East thing and all hell broke loose because we actually thought of making something interesting. Don't worry, you wasted that time and now, the economy tanked. But I thought, Chief Spencer, that we didn't have fire engines that could go up 5 stories with the ladder. Is that true?
That is not.
Okay, I wasn't sure, but I knew that there was a maximum height of buildings that at one point when the ladder gets so high it becomes a point of no return and it doesn't work. What is the maximum height? Do you recall? It was a very specific meeting that we
had. You could answer the question of how high can you will your ladder reach and be functional?
I just remember that very specifically, Chief Spencer. I didn't mean to put you on the thing, but that really came up to me, the height of the buildings.
Our ladder trucks are 100 foot in height. That means that we can reach anything. If floors are 13 feet in height for each floor, 5 feet, 5 and 13, 15, 65 feet. So we shouldn't have a problem with that. We actually fight fires from interior, not exterior. So those will be used mainly for rescue.
Okay.
So we don't have a problem with that.
Okay, well, that was a big concern of mine because it was a big concern at the last time we discussed redevelopment. Also, the maximum height of the buildings. I remember when you were building, when the church was building something and somebody else was building something, and the maximum height of the building on this side of the street, because, you know, we live here, it's all hilly, was more than whatever the maximum height was, because the street was down here. But they said no, they were going to put the address on this side of the street where it was flat, so then it wasn't so high. I want to make sure that when you're talking about maximum height of buildings, we know from which point, not just the building and the eaves and the gables. I think that's very important. I don't think we need Fifth Avenue on Oak Street, but I do love the whole idea. I love the narrow streets. I love the idea of trees and people walking. The other question I have is this. The man brought up the issue of the water plant. Yes, the water plant. How many people actually live now, sir, whoever's the housing authority? What's the total occupancy in there now? Does anybody know? Because everybody's blowing it up and going, oh my God, 5,000 people are going to move in. How many people live there now? Nobody's even said. Do we have any idea? 150 people live in the whole housing authority area. Do we know what the total occupancy rate is besides the housing authority? The businesses that use water? Because those, you can't just throw a number out there to knee-jerk to scare the hell out of everybody. You have to use what's existing and compare it to what is going to happen. But I am concerned about the water plant because, you know, I've been fighting that water plant rehabilitation thing. I want to know why out of 7,200 residences in the city of Roswell, 20% of them get their water from the city and the rest get it from Fulton County, and Fulton County's is cheaper, and I don't think I need to be paying water of Roswell when I can get it cheaper from Fulton County. Now, my final comment is, and I know you'll be glad to hear that, is when you allow the development on Highway 9 by where I live, of the 200 condos, everybody was really excited. And I'm going to bring this up to you again. We have no grocery store in downtown Roswell. We have no drugstore. We have zero on mass transit. If you exit 285 in Sandy Springs on Roswell Road, every mile there is a Publix, a Kroger, a Walgreens, a Rite Aid, a Whole Foods, a Trader Joe's, till you hit the river. Then you can go all the way to the hospital and there is not a grocery store on mass transit, and the first drugstore is Walgreens 6 miles from the river on Mansell Road. If you are going to approve this, and I like it, you better make sure there's a grocery store and a drugstore, because people don't eat 3 meals a day out in cutesy pie cafes. They actually cook. They actually want a life. And a lot of the older residents who live around here, not just here, but off of Highway 9 in the older areas and up on Spring Drive, they say to me all the time, Janet, when are we going to get a grocery store here? I said, when cows fly, I guess, because none of the city council except Mr. Eigelhart lives in this district. They all live on the east-west axis. And if you notice, there's a Kohl's, there's a Target, there's a Publix, there's a Kroger, and there's a Home Depot. It's a mirror image whichever way you enter the city from the east or the west. This is what Roswell, when tourists and people come to Roswell, you know what they think about? This little part of town. No one says, wow, I heard Brookfield West is in Roswell. Or, wow, I heard Horseshoe Bend is in Roswell. Nobody cares. Nobody really cares. This is what they care about. So I urge you to make a thoughtful decision, but I love the idea. 5,000 apartments, I think that sounds like a real stretch. And I don't think it's true. We need to know true numbers, guys. Don't start, screwing around with this and give us phony numbers. Thank you.
My name is Ruth Ann White, and I live at 1601 Liberty Lane in the old Roswell High School building. And I do hope to be around in 25 years, just so you know. My main concern with this development project and the form-based development is the multifamily rental units. up until 2 years ago, when I bought my place in Liberty Lofts, I have lived most of my life in apartment complexes. I know that they start out nice, and after a few years, they start going downhill. And I lived in Belcourt Apartments on Old Alabama for 7 years, and I saw it go from a very nice, safe-seeming place to live to pretty much a slum. And that's when I decided to leave. When I started looking for another place to live, a rental place in Roswell, because I do love Roswell, and I've lived here more than 15 years, I couldn't find anything in my price range that I would feel safe renting, and that includes Chattahoochee Landing. I could describe what I saw when I went there, but you all could go for yourself and see. The picture that was on the slide looks really good. And it really, I mean, it's like photoshopped high school picture, you know, that you want to put on Facebook. It doesn't really look like that. And inside, it's even worse. What we need in Roswell to draw people to Roswell are property owners, not more renters. If the person who wants to sell their house to buy a second home and move, you know, to the lake or whatever, how easy is it going to be to sell their home if they're adjacent to rental property, especially multifamily apartment complexes? Because we all know that it might start out really good, but they don't stay that way. When you have a transient population, they do not stay nice. People don't take pride of ownership when they're renters. And I thought we would learn from Fraser Street. I mean, here we are, we're all excited, and the number one place that was pinpointed for redevelopment when I went to the 2020 meeting was Fraser Street. And we're all so excited about getting rid of it and redeveloping it into something a lot nicer. Yeah, condos would be great. I don't have a problem with condos. I live in one. But we're going to make the same mistake by putting more and more apartments in. We get rid of one eyesore and we're just going to put more in. They might start out looking nice, but we've seen what happens to them. And the more rental property you have, the less property owners you have, and the less property taxes you collect. And it seems to me that property tax revenue would be a bigger draw than rental property. And as for the walkable community and live, work, play, I think we already have that in Roswell. I walk a lot of places. And we can walk to Merchants on Canton Street. We can walk to the library. We can go anywhere we want in the city of Roswell by foot. And this is a historic area, and part of our charm is that historic area and the historic feel of our city. And if we allow the development and the redevelopment into becoming a rental community, then we're going to lose that charm. And that's one of the things I would really hate to happen, because I love Roswell and I love where I live.
My name is Lou Oliver. Live at in the Mill Village. I've lived here for 18 years, not because it's a blighted area, but by choice, actually. I find it charming. I find the diversity wonderful. I have all kinds of friends, rich, poor, black, white, Asian. They run the gamut here, and I love it. Number one, I want to open with just playing devil's advocate on rentals, because I've thought for many years that large constellations of rentals were bad until I actually worked in Celebration, Florida, which was Disney's new town 15 years ago. The town center is anchored by rentals, and it has some of the highest real estate values in metropolitan Orlando. We just got back from a trip to Greenville, South Carolina, and half of the occupied units in the downtown are rentals. The problem with our rentals in Roswell is they're unfit for human habitation. They are blights. And they were conceived when the highway was king, when you strip zoned and you lined each side of the highway with Jiffy Marts, strip zone shopping centers, apartments, led to total disenfranchisement of people and warehousing of people. And I think the kind of rentals that would be proposed in Groveway would be much higher quality. They would be walkable. We intend on seeing a beautiful neighborhood, me as a spokesman for my little part of town here. But they're very, very different than what we have seen in Roswell. For that matter, we have many single-family neighborhoods that are also blighted and slums. This process, a lot of people are saying this is a sort of a fast-tracked process. This has been going on for 5 years. I've been working on it personally for 5 years. I took place in the first charrette, recruited a lot of the people in it, and they were visionaries. They worked very hard. Many people have given a lot of their efforts. And they've been consistently here behind it. It is not a fly-by-night show up in the past month. This redevelopment, let's talk about eco-freaks, because I'm one of them. I love trees, I hate air pollution, and I hate traffic. This is one of the most eco-friendly things you can do for your city, is to utilize existing infrastructure and reduce per capita infrastructure per person. I don't know if people get that, but the cul-de-sac is the ultimate in waste as far as asphalt, citizen taxpayer money going to maintaining it. This is highly efficient. This will promote pedestrianism. It will promote older people being able to move in here, walk around. It will foster young people who really largely do not like suburbia. They do not aspire to go to Kohl's in the morning and eat at McDonald's. And most of all, this is going to create a beautiful place. It's going to be a catalyst for this city to reinvent itself, and there's a lot of people who want to see this happen. Thank you.
Good evening. Who gets the cards? Are you the card keeper? Y'all got a long night ahead of you. I'm David Tollison, 2800 Laurel Green Court, and in 25 years I hope to be living in my Lou Oliver designed senior housing cottage in Groveway, because there's a lot of good things. And as I've stated before, I'm strongly in favor of the vision of the Groveway charrette, but as I've also noted, the devil's in the details. I know that when you have a grand, beautiful vision, that having people come in and ask you about the details can be very frustrating. However, when Mr. Davidson gets hauled in front of a judge because we're being sued by a developer, he and you will be glad that you took the time to get it right in the first place. I appreciate your work so far, and I believe that the product is getting better. Certainly, making some of the proposed apartments conditional, which was not the original plan and not supported by everyone, as opposed to automatically allowed, helps. However, I want to go back to the original vision of the Groveway charrette, which called for additional housing for seniors and those with disabilities, with some market rate housing mixed in. That concept and the numbers involved was far different from what we've been discussing in the last couple of weeks. Are you sure that you're ready for what this document allows? In Alpharetta, the Planning Commission is having conniption fits over just 250 luxury rental units at the massive Avalon development because Alpharetta's comp plan calls for 85% sale residential and only 15% rental. Their current numbers are 76 to 24, which has alarmed their Planning Commission, and is a bit lower than Johns Creek's current, which in 2010 showed owner-occupied residential rate of 82.6%. On the other side of the spectrum, Sandy Springs' last published owner-occupied rate on their website was 45.7%. That's right, more than half of their total residential stock is rental. You may have seen on WSB TV last week how Sandy Springs leaders are having to address the crime and school issues caused by their high rental percentage, even to the point where it's been suggested that they may buy and raise apartment complexes to solve the problem. Don't recommend that. That costs a lot of money. In more ways than one, Roswell lies in between these other cities. The 2010 census information on our website shows that we have just over half of our residences, 58.7%, owner-occupied, with nearly 35% rental, and the remainder vacant. Compare that rental rate to Georgia's average of under 29% and the U.S. average of 30%, and we're not looking so good. Do we really want to head in the direction of Sandy Springs? You may ask, why all the fuss? First, look at the auxiliary uses that follow housing. The more affluent the community, the better and stronger its retail and office mix. You may not want to attract the businesses that follow apartments as small as 600 square feet. If you counter that these will be nice apartments, I'll remind you that Tahoe was once considered nice too. Apartments have a life cycle that invariably includes a decline phase. Second, the impact on our schools is significant. Every child deserves a safe place to attend school, where they're given a good education and where they're safe. However, the truth is that schools need a strong base of single-family, owner-occupied homes to thrive and to be able to support children and families with additional support needs. If our schools fail, then our home values drop and businesses move away. The Roswell High Cluster has already been buffeted by redistricting, something completely out of your control. However, you're now planning to hit this district, which also includes Hembry Springs, Mimosa, Roswell North, Sweet Apple, Crabapple, and Elkins Point, with potentially hundreds, if not thousands, of new apartments. Again, the numbers have been all over the place. That is in your control. I predict that this will make the redistricting hullabaloo look mild by comparison whenever it blows up. Then, of course, there's the crime issue. Thankfully, we don't have much in Roswell. However, like Sandy Springs, the majority of serious crimes we see are centered around rental housing. At the end of the day, though, you may decide that the Groveway area really needs apartments, particularly since that's what's selling now. While I don't think you should increase our stock of apartments to meet a temporary shift in demand, if you do decide to build here, and knowing that you don't want to further degrade our owner-occupied to rental ratios, what is your plan to eliminate other apartments, and when do you envision that happening? Some final parting thoughts. I know you all went to Greenville. It's a nice downtown. I love it. But comparing it to Roswell is folly. Greenville is the hub of its own metropolitan statistical area. Roswell is a suburb. Put another way, when kids at Clemson University want to go to the big city for fun, they go to Greenville. Kids from UGA aren't coming to Roswell other than to do their laundry at home. Trust me, I know on that one. Greenville's business district is centered on a large waterfall, as was mentioned earlier. Roswell is a bedroom community centered on our quaint historic district. If you're making comparisons, a better one might be the affluent and historic Nashville suburb of Franklin, Tennessee, though even that is not an exact match. Roswell is Roswell, with unique challenges and opportunities. Second, I've been disappointed to hear that some have tried to make this an east side or west side issue. It's not, though the greatest impacts will be on the Roswell High cluster of schools. This is a project of citywide importance that presents opportunities we should all be excited about and challenges that we should all be aware of. Finally, I hope you don't rush to pass this just so the Housing Authority can make their May grant deadline. You can defer to give yourselves more time, or even pass this overlay for just the Housing Authority complex alone, as was mentioned earlier, if you need more time to get the rest of it right. The Canton Street redevelopment had endless delays. We never thought it would get done, but city leaders wanted to get it right, and as a result, everyone loves it. However, on the other end of the political spectrum, Obamacare was not carefully vetted. When opponents said it was being rushed, proponents said that there had been discussion for decades. In the end, as you know, it passed, and almost no one's happy with the result. Now, if you think I'm stretching a bit here, I am. But I just want to remind you that at the last reading, it was noted that the details on this ordinance may be a little bit fuzzy, but if we mess it up, we can come back and fix it in the zoning code update. While I doubt it's legal to take away rights you've already given someone, I was struck by the similarity of that statement to Nancy Pelosi's infamous, "You can read it," or in this case, fix it after we've passed it. This district has too much potential to squander. Please don't waste it by digging in your heels and passing Roswell's version of Obamacare instead. Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Booker T. Knuckles, and I've lived in Roswell for 61 years. And I see a lot of discussion and anger, I guess, at the city council trying to make some improvement to the Grove Way community.
Use the microphone, Mr.
You're doing a good job. I see a lot of discussion concerning the city council trying to improve the Grove Way community district. I've seen a lot of people show up at some of these meetings here lately that never had any input until we're trying to pass the ordinance. I think maybe if some of those people that are complaining had taken the time to present some better ideas, we could move forward with this. No one presented any better ideas. The people that worked with the charrette, the people that worked at the meetings came and tried to work something out that was for the betterment of all of the city. I definitely feel that if we don't do something right away to the interior of our city, it's going to deteriorate further. We need to have a concrete plan in the city, and a number of other people have tried to present a concrete plan for us to move forward. If no one is happy with this plan, they should have spoken up when we were doing charrettes 3 or 4 years ago. I feel the council should pass this ordinance, and I feel like if anyone's that unhappy with it, they should come to some meetings and try to put some information past that's going to be more agreeable to everyone. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Paula Winiski, and I better get my glasses on. My address is 120 Buckthorn Court, and I had a little difficulty this evening deciding which side to sit on. I think we have kind of a false division here. Either you're for the project or you're against the project. I think that many of us here don't belong in one group or the other because there's 2 issues here. Number one, the charrette. The charrette that was developed over this long period of time produced a document that is wonderful. It's creative. Can I put this down? I wanted to just keep this in front of us to see that this is one of the illustrations from the charrette document. The community, the Grove Way community, worked very, very hard over a long period of time to produce a vision for their community that would reflect what they wanted their community to become. I fully support this plan, so I'm for this plan. I want this plan to be implemented. I think everyone who has spoken this evening and has talked about how wonderful, livable work-play communities are, all those that want to be able to walk from one place to another, I totally am in agreement with that. And I think most of us would like an opportunity for that to be a choice. I don't think we have to decide if we want to be in the suburbs or if we want a livable, walkable community. Our needs sometimes change through our lifespan. My son, who all of you always hear me talking about, who's in Seattle, and his family have gone through that series when they were dinks, dual income, no kids. They lived in downtown Seattle, and my daughter-in-law actually rollerbladed to work, and they loved it, and we loved to visit them. After some time, and after the babies came, that wasn't so workable. The school situation wasn't good. The kids needed a different environment. They wanted more parks. And out they went to the suburbs. And my son then had 25-mile each-way commute. He turned to bicycling and was very, very strong because of that. And did that back and forth. The kids got older. They found the school system a little closer to town. It would be kind of like maybe moving to Buckhead, I'm not sure. And so they moved in. What they're going to do when they get older and face retirement like our family is, they may want a different choice. We need choices. So we don't have to be for a mixed-use development or against it. They both provide possibilities that our community needs. We need the full choice. I'm for this. But I believe that the document that was created to implement this dream needs work. It needs to be improved so that it can produce something like this. As it stands now, there are a lot of holes, so to speak, that you could drive a truck through that is going to possibly turn this dream into something less than what's desired. In the vision that was produced, or that the vision document, this, I shouldn't touch that, came about as a community coming together to produce a dream that they would like to see, and you can feel it when they get up to speak that they really want to see something like this implemented. In the vision document, we find the following. It says, the overall vision that came about as a result of this exercise is one of an interconnected community. Residential, office, retail, and community uses occurring naturally together, connected by beautiful streetscapes and safe roadways. The work started with the Oak Street streetscape improvements that could serve as a foundation for these future projects. The architectural character of the area was not changed much in that modest 1 to 2 story residential and possibly 3-story commercial buildings could be integrated into the existing fabric of the area. The final paragraph of the summary says, Group 2's concept of a community gathering spot along Oak Street met with excitement from residents and business owners alike. The potential for a geographical center for the community may be a positive and worthwhile project to pursue. So as you've heard tonight, there's been much enthusiasm for the vision. So let's do it right. It's clear that Roswell wants to set an example for the region and possibly beyond. How can we improve this document? It's clear that Roswell wants to set an example that's a standout. Firstly, we need to send a clear message to the development and business communities of what is desired in Groveway. It's been said there's going to be a mix of uses, a mix of upscale, senior housing. It envisions buildings with retail below and housing above to give us that true live, work, and play environment. The zoning document doesn't give us any guidance on mix of uses. It does not talk about desired mixes, I think what I want to say, desired mixes of uses, and this mix of upscale and senior housing. It doesn't talk about how we get there. It does not require any percentages of housing versus retail or office. We are sending the development community off on a guessing game along with a blank slate of what is required. If a developer comes in under this code, or the way it's currently written, he comes in with a lot of ambition and a little imagination, and he wants to build a 5-story single-use building on one of the major streets. He has a total green light to do so. One of the pictures that's included in the document shows the kind of building that is desired, and we're sending this to our development community. This is what we want. It's in the document. We need to send a clearer message to our developers that this is not what we had in mind. There is no discussion in the verbiage of what mix of uses is desirable. If we are concerned that too many apartments will be built in the adjoining neighborhood mixed-use area, we are told not to worry, because apartment use has to come before the City Council for approval. This doesn't give me a lot of comfort, because the document does not spell out any criteria that the council will use to determine if a proposed project is suitable for approval. Will it depend on the whim of a current or future council? With no criteria or goals defined, how will these decisions hold up in court? At this point, not even a discussion has taken place on this issue. We will see even some thoughtful denials overturned and built as a judge decides. It has happened, and you know that sometimes when these go to court, you lose all your ability to control it. I think there must be an in-depth discussion of those criteria before this zoning code is passed. If we want senior housing, upscale apartments, and a mix of uses, we need to guide the development community on what it is we are looking for. Without clear guidance, we waste their time and money. And then we suffer from development that's not sustainable. What in the code provides incentives for a mix of uses or specialty houses? Shouldn't incentives be considered? Perhaps instead of blanketly giving out 5 stories of height, use height as an incentive. Give a higher height if it produces that mix that you want or that level of quality that you want. Other incentives should be investigated. I don't see any other incentives here. Right now, there's no requirements in the code. There are other striking omissions in the code. There are no green space requirements, none. There is no reference to placing utilities underground. We have no LEED requirements for new construction, despite there being a strong desire for that among new buyers. Concerns about the amount of 5-story buildings built to the sidewalks have been raised by members of our boards and commissions. In light of the Groveway charrette document, height deserves some more discussion. The intense density possible here is a direct result of the additional 2 stories that have been allowed. And our pictures need to be upgraded and included in the document that you pass before final approval. There are many questions that need to be answered before the zoning code is adopted. There are absolutely no downsides to deferring this issue and taking the time to address the concerns that are being raised from the citizens of Roswell, who do not want to see the zoning mistakes of the past repeated in the Groveway community. Please defer this item tonight. Provide yourselves with plenty of time to discuss the issues that have been brought forward and will be brought forward. If you can't accomplish that by the next reading, then cleave off the Housing Authority section and give it the time that it deserves. I think that all of you hope that Roswell can provide a leadership role in the development of the mixed-use and form-based zoning. You want it to be an excellent job. Good enough is not acceptable. And we will have to live with the results. So thank you for your time and attention, and I hope we can produce a code that really will make the Groveway community proud.
Hello, my name is Sally Johnson. I live at 251 Thomas Circle. At least I sleep there, and I work mostly at 950 Canton Street in our 35-year-old business. We moved to Roswell in 1975. I'm going to be a little cheerleader for a second. Everyone in this room wants Roswell to be better. I mean, that's why we're here. I have not read the document. So sure, there may be things that need to be moved from one page to another page, a different picture or whatever. This is about our future. 10 years ago, the city spent $1,000 for a consultant to come to Canton Street to the Merchants Association because we couldn't get people to Canton Street. Now we can't find parking for them. That was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. I wanted it to happen overnight. It took 12 years. It was a wonderful 12 years, and look where we are now. We are 88,000 people who choose to live in Roswell. If you don't love it, yeah, there are other towns, but we're here. We're here for a reason. To talk, a couple people brought up Greenville. Sorry, I'll stay with the mic. It's so weird talking to people to this mic, to you guys. I was lucky enough to join the group that went to Greenville. We didn't go to Greenville to become Greenville. We're not Greenville. We will never be Greenville. We went to see the spirit of Greenville. And the spirit of Greenville was trust in the leaders. And it's your elected leaders, and it's your leaders. It's the developers, it's the architects, the planners, it's the business owners, the building owners, the people that shop on the streets, that walk into town, that eat at our restaurants. Trust. And you guys can't do this all yourselves. And I feel like you guys are all getting picked apart. So I'm sorry for that. And I know I can't imagine the number of hours and minutes, and this is my first really big meeting with this. So anyway, I would like to share an email, actually, please, and this is very good. I will try to read it quickly, but still so you can hear it. And then I'll tell you who it's from throughout. I'm writing you today to share with you my thoughts and perspective on form-based codes in general, and not necessarily the Roswell Groveway plan. I've had the opportunity to review some of the elements of the plan through the documents provided on the city's website. I'm also very familiar with this area, as I spent 15 years of my life as a resident of Roswell, and I'm now a frequent visitor. Roswell has always been home in my heart. I commend you and the other stakeholders, as well as the citizens and elected officials of the city, as you jointly strive to make this area a better place for all who live, work, or visit Roswell. As the Community Development Director for the neighboring city of Woodstock, we've had remarkable success with our downtown revitalization, due in great part to the form-based code that was adopted by the Mayor and Council in 2005. Since that time, our downtown has exploded with quality growth that truly creates a sense of place that people want to be in. Employment has increased significantly in the area with the attraction of dozens of new businesses. New residents provide an active and energetic street life, while intimate parks and streetscapes allow comfortable walking from place to place. Woodstock is now looking further to the future with the development of another form-based code for a much larger area of the city. If implemented, nearly one-third of the entire city will be covered by a form-based code. One of the defining benefits of the form-based code lies within its very name, the form. Euclidean zoning focuses primarily on prohibiting what people don't want to see, whereas form-based codes focus on what people do want to see developed. I will not mislead you by saying that switching to form-based code will necessarily solve every urban design ailment, but it will certainly provide a template to achieve the community vision more readily than traditional zoning ever could. Best of luck, and hope to see you soon. This is from Richard McLeod, Director of Community Development in the City of Woodstock. He is a graduate of Roswell High School. He was in my class. Very proud of him. Greenville is a spirit. We all felt it when we were there. We have to trust each other. We have to trust in the future. And everyone behind me has to trust in the leaders. It's not going to be perfect, and we're going to have some fumbles. And we just hope they're little fumbles, not big, big fumbles. But we can't be perfect. You can't start it perfect, and you can't finish it perfect. But I want you to start it, and I support this plan. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Frisbee. I live in Martin's Landing on Branch Valley Drive. I'm relatively new to this, and I was glad to hear somebody else, other people who found out about this recently. I applaud the effort to try to do something with that area. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's really not thought through, and I really think we have the potential of building a future slum unless we're careful, unless we take the time to do it right. Some of the pictures I saw Paula put up, the first picture she put up, the 3 stories, was nice. It was attractive. But then the other one, the tall one, looked almost like a prison. And from what I'm hearing from Kent and other people, there's no controls in what you're looking at right now to make sure we get what we want. So I'm begging you, please defer, and let's think this through, and let's get it right. That's my main thing. Please, that's it. Thank you. Oh, the other thing I'd like to say, we're creating this idyllic kind of concept of apartments and condos and little shops, and we see people walking around. Every one of these little condos and apartments is going to have a car attached to it. Everybody is going to need a job. All of these people are going to have to get in these cars and drive somewhere every morning and come back every night. That's hundreds and hundreds of extra cars. So just think that through.
That's the point. They don't need a car.
They all need jobs.
I'm Katie Ballou, 905 Camp Avenue in Roswell. I'm also a realtor, and I was surprised to see a representative of our industry here because I had not seen any information coming through from the Atlanta board regarding this topic. And I think what I've heard echoed tonight over and over again is some frustration on the part of the people that have been involved in this since 2008 and onward in multiple committee meetings, and a lot of work has gone into it. And then you have a lot of people present here in this room. Actually, tonight in this room, I think we have more people here than collectively attended all of the items from the Grove Way timeline. So that's kind of an interesting and compelling number, I think. What's happened, I believe, is that there's been a very sincere and dedicated group of people very interested in the future of Roswell and revitalizing that area that have been working together and talking to each other and communicating with each other. But this is such a sweeping change in how Roswell approaches development. I mean, it's huge, and I think it can be very exciting. But it's also very scary when you have large change. Certainly rumors fly up, wild numbers are thrown around. So there is fear created. And I think that what's happened for instance, when the city of Roswell is having an election, I know I was very involved in homeowners associations prior to even moving to Camp Avenue. And believe me, there were always opportunities for candidate forums at our association clubhouses, lots of signs around. There was a very high awareness that something was happening in the city of Roswell. And I think to a degree, because of the sweeping nature of this change, we've kind of fallen short in terms of getting the word out. And I think that may be partly just because we're not close to it, or people thought it was going to be, the people closest to it were there, the residents right around the community, certainly the people in the apartments knew about it, but as you roll out communities further out, all these emails were flying around about Grove Way. And I think that the essence of all of these messages tonight from people, because I sat on this side and I didn't know where to sit. All the seats in the front row were full because I really am undecided and I need more information. And it does cause me great concern when I have council members talking about different shortfalls or holes that we haven't quite shored up. And I love the word trust, but you know that we have to live and die by this document that's being created. And the form-based code that I've begun to read about and understand, whatever document we put forth is going to be huge in terms of our ability to really get the end result that we want. And I'm very concerned that we're not quite there yet. And I certainly hope that as a citizen of Roswell that I have the opportunity to learn more about this and get better educated so I can make an informed decision.
My name is Joan Laveson. I live at 2306 Village Lane in the Orchard of Roswell, and I can walk to the stores, and that's why I moved. My husband and I moved to where we were. There are several words that I've heard tonight, which perks up my ears: fear, fear-mongering, scary, and fear again. And when I hear those words, it really perks up my ears. And I don't think there's been any fear-mongering. I think it's just people like myself who just heard about it. And I didn't come before, but I'm here now. And there's a lot of people that are here now that want to learn about it. And if this has been going on since 2008, why have there been so many unanswered questions? I'm not saying I'm for it or against it. How many units will there be? How big will the units be? What does workforce housing mean? The development will have 50 or more residential units, and at least 25% will be set aside as workforce. If the people moving in from HUD are to go in these units, and they're not going to pay more than they're paying now, are we going to subsidize it? HUD's going to subsidize it? Who is going to subsidize it? And the picture that woman showed, going up to 5 levels, I mean, nothing has been planned out. I'm only here to get the questions, and it's not that where was I before? I'm here now. I didn't know about it. I just heard about it. And it's just like, anything else. It's not in concrete yet, and we, as anybody else, have the right at this point to come forward and state our objections and ask our questions. And I want to know how big these units are going to be. 600 feet? 500 feet?
Question. Do you understand that this is a flexible zoning and we're not specifying specifically what the uses are going to be?
I know, and I had another
So
issue.
the answer to your question
Yes.
is we do not know because the zoning does not prescribe the use.
Okay.
So until the project is built, we will not know what the use is. So
Okay.
the answer is unknowable unless we prescribe specific uses. In form-based zoning, you do not prescribe specific uses. So the answer is unanswerable. The question
Okay.
is unanswerable as you have asked it.
Okay. And then one more issue. This woman had mentioned about a drugstore and a supermarket. Well, I'm under the impression this is not a planned community. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So if you cannot tell under a planned community, if it's not a planned community, it's up to the supermarket or the drugstore to go there. So that leaves something else open. It's not being a planned community. That's another kind of building. That's what I'm saying is you just can't say, all right, people can walk to the store or people can walk to the drugstore. It would be up to the developer. I mean, it's a free country and it's supply and demand. So that would not really, I don't think anything should be forced to go in there if it's under what you're saying it is. Thank you. I just think you need more time. Thank you.
My name is Hal Gronholm. I live on Bowen Road. And I've been in Roswell over 50 years. And I remember when the city was discussing Canton Street, and we were all sitting around here, and there were some arguments about why are we going to spend all that money and so forth and so on. And I think the result, as you can see right now, it worked out pretty good. I am a developer. Little, but I am a developer. I've got projects all over the city, not in Groveway. I don't own anything. I don't expect to own anything in Groveway. I want to make that clear. I've been before zoning. We're talking zoning here. I have been before zoning, historic, one thing another, and it's a hassle. I'll tell you it's a hassle. I'll even look at our friends here and tell you it's a hassle. It's something that I think the mayor just said it. And somebody said trust. If you guys were elected by these guys, and if they don't trust you to do what you're supposed to do, we're in a world of stuff. We are in a world. I know the hassle of zoning. I've been there. It is miserable. And let me say, I have some apartments, and they're in good shape. We maintain them. The people like them. We maintain them. We maintain them. We maintain them. We tell them they can't have a car up on blocks. They can't have junk out in the street. That's just a matter of policing your property. So when you talk about slums, if you create a slum, it's your own fault. My apartments are not slums, and I really take offense to somebody who says you can't have apartments without turning them into slums. That's not true. The people that have worked on this thing, I know them. I respect them. I have all the faith in the world that this thing is going to be wonderful for Roswell. And I think that the council is going to have to tweak some of this stuff. That's what I hear. And, but we need to pass it now. There's so many areas down there that are in need of repair, serious repair, that I think we should just pass this thing now and tweak it later. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. But it was. Sounds like a bell here when you see it. If everyone will have a seat, please. We'll reconvene this meeting. I see we've narrowed down the field to the true believers. I believe the next call is to my left. If you'll come forward, young lady.
My name is Nancy Alvin. I live at 9295 Martin Road. I just had a few points to bring in response to the real estate person. First is increasing Roswell's apartment stock a concession to short-term market demand? And have the negative impacts on schools, increases in crime, been taken into consideration? And finally, ARC projections are that the rental market will begin to weaken and the Gen Y members will begin buying homes in the 2015-2016 time frame with a peak in demand around 2020. So therefore, thinking long-term, wouldn't limiting the percentage of apartments within all Groveways residential types be a wise move? At the end of the day, what is it we want? Apartments, homeowners, what percentage? I think some more thought needs to be given to that. Thank you.
I want to respond briefly to that question. I believe that's why council has made zoning for apartments conditional. They have not approved apartments. They've made it conditional so it would allow more time and take specific look at the specific apartment complexes. So those numbers in which people have projected the total numbers of apartments, that would be if every property was zoned for apartments. This council has specifically said it's conditional except for where the Roswell Housing Authority is. So I believe you have to get back to the question that Sally Johnson says, do you trust the council to make the right decision on those conditional zonings? I trust this council. Back to my right.
Michael Haddon, 712 Creekview Lane. First, I want to address Mayor and Council that this is a fantastic plan. It is not necessarily as good as I've ever seen, but it is a good plan that's been put together by the people with community support and a lot of effort. I think we've all gone through that. I won't spend any more time on it. What I really want to cover here is that we need to begin building places that people want to be. If you walk through Groveway right now, other than a few select spots, Oak Street, maybe the municipal complex, it's not a place where people want to be. This form-based code starts to get us there. And a few things that I want to address here. It's already been covered that there's underserved markets over the next 10 to 20 years that we need to address. The Gen Y, the aging boomers, even my generation. A lot of people don't necessarily want to mow a lawn. I don't. That's why I live in a condo. I'm 35 years old. I have a child. I have another child on the way. I have 2 bedrooms. They'll be splitting a bedroom. And you know what? Call me crazy, but I like living in a small space. There's a whole lot of other people in my generation that like the same. But there aren't too many of those here in North Fulton. The reason I moved to Roswell, I can walk to places. There's restaurants. There's shops. There's fun things for me to do. There's a lot of parks. My kids can do things. And I think that there's a lot of other people in my generation, the generation behind me, I know because I have about 80 of them that report to me that want to live in a walkable place. There's not really any place in North Fulton that has that right now. We need to build it. We need to build places that people want to be, especially the ones that are coming into this real estate market, regardless of whether they are renting or buying or a combination of both. We just don't have it. As for the unintended consequences that we've been talking about with this particular plan, I'd argue that every zoning code has unintended consequences. The Euclidean zoning that we currently have in place, or that's been in place since post-World War II, pretty much across this entire nation, I don't think that they planned on what happened down Highway 9. I don't think they planned on getting what's on Holcomb Bridge in a lot of spots. One of the big things that they didn't plan on was the separation of uses that created the apartment complex slums, if you may call them that. I don't necessarily think all of them are slums, but the reason that people don't respect those places is because they don't want to be there, because there's nothing to do except go home and store their stuff until they leave the next day to go to work. The apartments that they're looking at building here, or the condominiums, or whatever they become, because it's not defined, those are fundamentally different. They're above retail. The picture that the lady showed earlier of that 5-story building was in Woodstock, downtown Woodstock. It's a beautiful building. It's also not single use as it was defined. That actually had retail on the bottom. Now, the reason maybe it doesn't look all that pretty in that particular picture, anybody can make a picture not look good. I know I do a lot. But that's not finished. That was an unfinished product that there is now a shop where the empty lot in the foreground was. It's a beautiful place. I know you guys have probably all been to downtown Woodstock. I don't know how many people in the audience have been, but don't trash the concept over that particular building because it's a picture in this particular document. It's a great concept. The precedent for the current zoning, really it leads back to separating our uses. We need to combine our uses. We need to do it ASAP. And otherwise, our neighbors are going to get in front of us. Alpharetta, they've got $200 million going in on Old Milton and 400. North American Properties, it's nice. It's one big lot, and it's already been planned. But guess what? That's $200 million that's not coming to Roswell. And granted, they're having trouble with the apartment complexes and figuring out, okay, should we have 240 units of condos or 240 units of whatever they want to call it, apartments or rental? We'll need to figure that out too. But that $200 million is not coming here, and it potentially could have. But another thing to that everybody's concerned about here is an overabundance of apartments. That won't happen. What's going to happen here is incremental growth over time. And I think everybody up here knows this. It's probably been defined to you plenty of times, but I want to make sure that the audience knows that we don't have $200 million coming in to build 1,700 apartment units. We're not going to build $1.7 million in retail overnight. It's not going to happen. We have time, but we need to pass this code. And what that's going to give us the ability to do is build the right thing starting now. Beyond that, I want to make sure that I cover that we're going to, rather than prescribe uses, we're going to tell them, okay, you can do this, any of these things. And it's not going to be, again, all retail or all apartment or all office or all single family. We're going to get a mix. And beyond that, guys, I think right now we're living in a suburban experiment, and this particular zoning code will change that. It starts to get us back to what communities have built time and time and time again prior to World War II, which was walkable, mixed-use communities that were based off of incremental growth and what people actually wanted in their places where they live, rather than what the city or what the developers prescribed for them. So I advise that you guys pass this tonight. If we need to work out kinks over time, we all know we've seen a lot of text amendments come through here. It happens. It happens time and time again. I'm sure, Mr. Davidson, you're always dealing with text amendments. But if we have to amend this, so be it. There'll be small amendments that we tweak over time. This isn't something that we need to send back time and time again until it's perfect. There's no way you're ever going to have a perfect zoning code. We have zoning codes right now that are definitely not perfect. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth Gamble Nixich. I live at 645 Galway Drive, and I'm one of those people that lives in a cul-de-sac. I'm sorry. Maybe 25 years from now I'll still be there. I don't know. But I am totally for a project like this. I want you to know that. The only thing I'd like for you to consider is that, and I'm not going to rehash everything that's been said tonight, I just think there are a lot of questions that need to be answered, things that need to be discussed. I would have been in the discussions at the beginning if I'd known about it. Unfortunately, I did not. But I do care about the entire of Roswell, and I just think that we need to step back. Like Paula said earlier, it's not that we're for or against. We're all for Roswell. We're not against Roswell, but we just want to be sure whatever projects we take on in Roswell, that we've done the best we can with them. We've got those questions that are out there that are legitimate questions, that they be answered. And that's really all I wanted to say, and ask for you to please consider a deferral tonight. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Michael Martin. I live at 9400 Coleman Road in Roswell. And I've been sitting in the back just kind of hearing the vibe. And it's a definite that everybody here tonight loves Roswell. I ran for city council this past year and was beaten by one of the councilmen, Ms. Becky Wynn, who's doing a fine job. And I just wanted to say that was one of the topics that as I walked around the city and asking people about what can we do to make this a better place to live, and this is exactly what everybody was talking about. A mixed-use, walk thoroughfare, a place where someone coming out of college, uncertain about their career, can move into for 4 or 5 years until they can think about, like this gentleman said, he doesn't want to cut the grass, but some people like riding lawnmowers. They want to teach their kids how to go left. Okay, it's a NASCAR thing. But what we see here tonight is sort of like a Monopoly game that we have to roll the dice. And as you roll those dice, you've got to trust in the faith of the path you're taking. And on the Monopoly board, we've got all right turns. And I think tonight is a right turn. And I know that this council will look on that board and they'll see that card that says chance. And unlike the Monopoly board of the game, here we should have another card that says change. And I hope that all of you, before you make your decisions tonight to pass this, which I hope you will think of the chance card and give this community a chance to change for the better. That's all I have to say. And I know you do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Allison Brolick. I live at 210 Devereaux Downs here in Roswell. I'm an attorney, and I currently practice in the area of special education law here in Roswell, but previously I worked for the State Attorney General's office. And as part of that position, one of my jobs was to read and interpret laws and defend against constitutional and other challenges to the law. Through that work, I became very familiar with what it takes to write good law and how easy it is to leave loopholes in law so that the law ends up not accomplishing what its drafters intended to accomplish. And that, in my opinion, is where this ordinance is right now. See, redevelopment of the Groveway area is an idea that I think most in this room can agree with, and we've heard that time and time again. Maybe we disagree with exactly what it might look like, but I think that many in here have Roswell's best interests at heart and think that redevelopment of this area would be a step in the right direction. The thing is, not everyone cares about Roswell. There are developers out there who are looking to make some money and don't really care what the intent of this ordinance is. They care about how they can make the most money, the least cost to them, and then get out, leaving us to pick up the pieces and deal with what they've left behind. In order to make sure that the vision and intent of all those who have worked so hard on this ordinance actually comes to fruition, great care must be taken to ensure that the loopholes are closed and that the ordinance is clear in what it will and will not allow. And that must be done before it's passed, not after. I read an email from the city that said and I quote, "Realistically, Groveway will be redeveloped into a community with homes, townhomes, apartments, retail, and commercial, a balanced approach." But, that really shouldn't say realistically. It should say ideally. Because ideally, that's what everyone would like to see. But until you have developers coming forward with their proposals, realistically, you have no idea what you're going to get. Realistically, you could get more than the 1,500 apartments that's been thrown around and envisioned. Or you could get so many retail storefronts that we have even more empty storefronts than we already have in Roswell. The email also said this is a live, work, play, workable community where people will walk to the stores, restaurants, and parks. That sounds great. But, that's what East Roswell Village was supposed to be, wasn't it? But that hasn't worked out that way either. So again, these are all ideals and not certainties. The ordinance as currently written leaves way too many loopholes for a developer to come in and build something that's not within the vision of those who've worked on this ordinance. So if you don't want apartments smaller than 1,200 feet, you better write it in, or you're probably going to get apartments that are 600 or 700 square feet. And if you want all the buildings to have some kind of brick or stone or masonry exterior, you better write that in also, or you're going to get many buildings with cheap siding, looking nothing like the pictures that are being disseminated as examples of what this area could look like. As currently written and as acknowledged by staff, we're likely looking at 1,500 apartments, but there's a good possibility that it's going to be more than that. We only have about 8,000 apartments in all of Roswell right now, is my understanding. Is it really the intent of the drafters of this ordinance to allow that many apartments in this small an area to increase the total number of apartments in Roswell by that much? Because the market is hot for apartments right now. And if a developer came in here in June and wanted to put in that many apartments, you really wouldn't be able to say no because they're not prohibited by this ordinance. There's really no control in place to stop them. I understand the whole form-based zoning. It's easy to put your head in the sand and fly the form-based zoning banner because it looks so pretty, while completely discounting densities and the impact that it will have on other things like traffic and schools. But our middle school is already overcrowded, and Fulton County is talking about what they're going to do about the middle schools. Our elementary schools are to the max, and traffic in the area is already terrible. It already takes my husband 25 minutes to drive 6 miles down Highway 92 and Holcomb Ridge Road to get to Georgia 400 every morning. My son is in a cramped 4th grade classroom with 31 other children, and I snake my way through back streets to get my child to soccer practice so I can avoid the intersection at Canton and Atlanta Street or Alpharetta Street, whatever it's called, right out here. And then I have to do that turn from Oxbow onto Atlanta Street every time, which takes a long time. Does any of that matter? Everyone is so busy worrying about attracting people who don't even live in Roswell yet. What about those of us who already do? Citizens who have a vested interest and lives here in Roswell. Where's the concern for the impact of this development on us, on our quality of life, on the quality of life that brought us to Roswell in the first place? A well-written ordinance looks at what the worst-case scenario could possibly be under the proposed ordinance and decides whether that's within the vision of the drafters of the ordinance. And if it's not, and I submit that this current ordinance as it's written is not, you better rewrite it and shore up the ordinance using definitive, clear, limiting language, not so many mays or encouragements or guidelines or giving an opportunity to opt out of the most visually appealing but monetarily expensive options. As it's written right now, and in my opinion, working with laws, there's a great chance that what you're going to get is not what has been envisioned. So why not get it right the first time? Where's the rush to push this thing through? Do the smart thing, take the time to get it right, or we'll all suffer the unintended consequences in the end. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Brendan Walsh. I live at 515 Canton Walk, here in historic Roswell. I've got a few different perspectives to bring to the table tonight. First perspective is I am a local home builder and developer. I have no stake in the Groveway project, so nothing to do with that, but I have the perspective of being a builder. Second perspective I have is I live in historic Roswell, right here in the heart of it, and I love living here. The third perspective that I have that I think a lot of people don't have in this room tonight is, I'm being labeled as the Generation Y category. I'm 27 years old. I may be the youngest person in here, not sure if I am or not. So I want to give that perspective. I live in Roswell and have plenty of friends that live in Atlanta, but most of my friends do not live in Roswell. But they love to come to my townhouse, and they love to come out with me on Canton Street, and they love to hang out in Roswell Park with me, and they love to do all those things. They just don't have a place to live in Roswell. And most of my friends are young professionals, they want to live in a place that is desirable. And right now, the Groveway area now is not desirable, but I think the plan that you guys have presented tonight is something that is desirable and can bring that Generation Y into Roswell. Now, all the people that are sitting in this room care about Roswell, and it's important to them, and they've built Roswell today to make it the great place that it is. What I don't want to see is that gap between my age and the age that most of the people are in here, is who's going to be the ones that are building Roswell as we move into the future. Everyone keeps mentioning 20 to 25 years from now and making the jokes that they're not going to be around, but I am going to be around, and my friends are going to be around, and I want them to be in Roswell living now, whether it be in a rent environment, whether they're not ready to buy yet, but then they can transition to buy, and whether that be in Groveway to buy, or they're buying it somewhere else in Roswell. I think that is very important. And I want to be here in 25 years, looking at the success that Groveway created, and we're building the next foundation of Roswell when we go through change again. Roswell is going to be constantly changing, and we want to make sure that the people that built Roswell and made it great today have the next wave coming behind to build Roswell again in 25 years. And I think the Groveway project is a great first stepping stone to do that. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lori Henry. I live at 1195 H. Manhinnett Drive, and I'm going to be very brief. A lot of folks have come before me, and they have been very eloquent, and they have made their points. And I would like to say that I agree with many of the points. I agree that this should not be an adversarial situation. This is not about liking the Groveway project or not liking the Groveway project. It is about unintended consequences, and it is about concerns about crossing the T's and dotting the I's in the ordinance. And I'm here tonight to ask you to give that 30 days longer. How does that hurt? I don't understand. I am a little concerned on the big picture because we've got Sandy Springs to the south of us that just went on a retreat. Their police chief told the council that 58% of the city's violent crime emanates from the city's 71 apartment complexes. The city council discussed whether it would be possible to buy up some of the older apartments to reduce their inventory. Now, we've got Alpharetta to the north of us, and those folks are equally concerned because of the Avalon project in Prospect Park, which is a mixed-use project. And on Thursday, that city's planning commission voted to allow rental units only if North American Properties buys rights to undeveloped apartment complexes and builds no more units than would have gone in those developments with a maximum of 250 units. That's a massive project. So what I get back to is my concern here is if we are willing to mega-size a sleepy little part of Roswell, where does that leave us when we go to look at the northwest quadrant or the southeast quadrant of Holcomb Bridge Road and Georgia 400? What kind of densities do we need to give there if we are willing to mega-size Groveway? It also concerns me that we've got all of this retail space, and I'm not going to carry on. I know you all are expecting me to carry on about being over-retailed. But that is a concern. And I think we need to address those concerns before we build more retail space that's going to cannibalize the existing space. And what I'd just like to say is the vision that was created by a wonderful group of people has not intersected with the paper that this ordinance is written on. And my concern is it will not happen the way we all would like it to happen. So I'd like to see the ordinance tightened up. I'd like to see guidelines attached to it that can be enforced. I'd like to put a cap on apartment numbers and put a cap on the square footage of retail space with a requirement that it be neighborhood retail. I know, I know it intimately, that you all want to be a council that can get it done. I am just challenging each and every one of you to be the council that can get it done right. And 30 days is not going to make or break a community. I think that the only thing 30 days can do is strengthen the vision that these so many folks have had and truly make this a project that we can all be proud of. And the last thing that I would like to say, and I think it's something that has been slightly overlooked while we talk about zoning issues, and that's the folks that live in the housing authority. These people are a part of Roswell, and they don't have the luxury of a home ownership or what is considered to be a vested interest. But I'm here to say they do have a vested interest, and I would like to suggest to this council that when we look at this project, which I think will go forward, when we look at displacing these folks, I don't think we should just do what is the letter of the law. I don't think that we should do a little extra. I think that we should embrace them and do it the Roswell way and take care of these folks that are a very important part of our community. So thank you all so much. I appreciate the time, and good luck.
My name's Donna O'Berry. I live in Liberty Lofts and own a piece of property on Myrtle Street. And I'm going to keep this short because at this time of night there's not an original thought left on here. Everybody else has already said it. I was fortunate enough to be, I think, maybe the first meeting with the Charette, or the second, and there's a young lady there that came up from Texas, I think she was from Texas, explaining some study they'd done, and she said she was really very surprised, they were very surprised to find out, which I was surprised because it was her business, surprised to find out that the things they found that the older people wanted in a community and in their neighborhood were the same things that the younger people were wanting. There are a lot, I used to live in a subdivision, Martin's Landing, marvelous place, I love it. And there's a lot of beautiful subdivisions in Roswell where people can live that want to live in a subdivision. One of the reasons we moved to Liberty was it was close to downtown. If I could get closer and have a few more things to do and a grocery store, that would be great. I mean, there is no place up here like that. So that doesn't mean we need to ram code through. That doesn't mean this doesn't need shored up. And maybe that's the right thing to do, because I think what I've heard tonight is people really are for where we're going and they're for the vision. For some reason, they just haven't been in the loop enough to know enough about it, or they just have some concerns about some pieces. I, as a Roswell resident, would like to see us move forward with something, because the young lady that was on the front row says she owns a business on Canton Street. They passed something in 2005, and now we're going gung-ho. That was 7 years ago. The longer we wait to do something, we might all be dead before it comes to fruition. So I'd like to avoid that. And I'm telling you, they keep talking about Woodstock. Drive over to Smyrna. Go, for heaven's sakes, to Snellville. They're ahead of us in some of these areas. We need to, move forward, I think. So, thank you very much.
If you want to speak, you need to be on the front row here or over here. So, the folks on the front who have already spoken, make room for other people. If you want to speak, I'm calling on people on the front row, not people from the back of the room. I'm back to my right again. Who's up next? Deshaun, come on. If you want to speak, move up here to the front row.
Hi, y'all. Hisham Azari, Salt Factory Inc. Street Food. I'm
Unfortunately, I don't live in Roswell. I tried, I didn't get a chance to, but I work in Roswell, owned my own business here since 2005, and I'm not going anywhere. I think there is great opportunity in Roswell. Just a few years ago, you walk down the street on Canton Street, 6 p.m., and it's dark. Nobody's walking, nobody is around. Look at it now. I have professionals, lawyers, architects, engineers, artists, famous artists looking for spaces on Canton Street. So why can't we extend that vision? Lou Oliver, I think he's an amazing man. He's a resident of Roswell for a long time. And you know what? I've seen his house. I was actually trying to buy his house, my wife and I. It is perfectly done. I mean, to the smallest details. And that's what we need. Details. Higher standards. And I think these guys have worked 5 years trying to get to this point. I think it should be passed. Thank you.
Lee Fleck, Martin's Landing. One of the subjects that I want to clarify, if you don't mind, is at one time I heard that this development, which I'm sure it's going to go forward in some form or another, that the water was going to be supplied by Fulton County. I subsequently later asked a question, and I was provided the information is going to be provided by the proposed new water plant. Now, you're all going to have a meeting tomorrow on this new proposed water plant. That new proposed water plant will only cover current needs. You're projected a growth of about 4% annually. And so what I realized is, yes, you are going to get your water from Fulton County, because those proposed savings that you're projecting, $8.3 million, will be diluted over time with the growth in this area, and I think you should consider that. Thank you.
My name is Wadeen Johnston, and I live on a cul-de-sac in Chickering. And my husband and I own a business in Roswell, and we don't have clients in Roswell. We have large national clients who come in and visit us. And we also own some rental properties inside the city. And I'm looking at a template for some elegant and sophisticated growth. Right now, our rental properties are sitting in blighted areas. We bought them in a very hopeful way, thinking that property values would improve. They're beautifully maintained and landscaped, and they really now sit next to some hovels. So I'm very hopeful that you'll pass this, and the adjacency of a beautiful development will provide some sort of growth for our property. I'm also one of those older baby boomers, 64 years old, and I'd love to live in the city. I'd love to convert one of our rentals and add to it and make it very wonderful, but there's no incentive to do that right now. When we bring national clients in to work at our office and we go to Canton Street to dine, we frankly pass by areas in the city that are embarrassing. It's time we cleaned it up and made it beautiful. I implore you to pass it, and don't wait. I intend to be here in 25 years, and there's no reason to wait. I want to see it.
Y'all comfortable? You know, I don't want to get up here and do the song and dance, but I do have to say, everybody in here collectively has said, you know, this is all about Roswell. This picture is about Roswell. The big picture is about Roswell. What I don't understand is why then did it start out with the opposition putting out such exaggerations, such fabrications? You know, I could use other words, but we won't. Bottom line, it wasn't even remotely close to reality. It was fear. You've heard it said before. It was fear. It was exaggeration. Their goal was to input panic into the community tonight so they could stop this train, this really nice, great train, from rolling, period. That was the reason. You know, for them to sit there and say, stall this another 5 days, 5 minutes, 5 years, I don't care what it is, to stall it from the vote from tonight is wrong, period. It throws the experience, the time, the dedication, not just of people like me, and a lot of people like me, but many, many, many of you up here, and all of the staff. How much money did the staff devote to working on this project? To delay this project for 5 minutes is a slap in the face of those people. And you were part of that project, so you know the time and the effort that you put in there. Not one of the opposition leaders has called. This has been my backyard for 15 years. Not one of these people has ever made a phone call to me, has ever stopped me in the street, has ever asked me to have a cup of coffee, and asked me, what is my experience in Groveway? I'm pretty upset. Excuse me?
We're not hearing any other comments from the floor. We're hearing from this gentleman. This is not the opportune time to say anything. If you wish to speak, come to one front row or the other.
Again, this project is about Roswell. It's also about Groveway, but one doesn't work without the other. It just is not going to happen. This is a unique situation. It's a property that begs for the infusion of interest and money and time and excitement. It is going to be the gateway to take Canton Street all the way down to the square and all the way down to the river. I mean, anybody who's been involved, these people ask these questions time and time again, that if they would have been at any of these meetings, which the opposition was not at any of these meetings, they would have known the photograph that she shows in her flyer is a comparison photo. There's another photo that goes with it. Golly gee. Amazing concept. I'm sorry. I really, this is a personal affront to all those people that have put the time, energy, effort, professional experience into this, all of their knowledge for many, many years. I'm asking you, and one last thing, Greenville. I mean, was it a tease? Was it just to say, golly gee, here there's places like this that exist that we'll never be a part of? I don't think so. Y'all know that. You didn't go there for that. So I'm asking you to look at yourself, look at what was done, and look at the vast majority of the opposition's positions, and know that to vote for this thing tonight to pass is the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
I'm actually on that side, but there was no space, so I sat on this side. Okay, just wanted to make that clear. I had to say something. I moved here about 5 years ago, and
state your name and address, please.
Adam Brond, 1330 Land O'Lakes Drive, like the butter. Okay, that's what I always get asked. Like the butter, okay. So basically, when my wife and I left Athens, we did not want to go to Atlanta, contrary to popular belief. In fact, when I was in Athens, we never really wanted to come home to visit because we loved Athens, the town of Athens, so much. And when I kept coming back here to Roswell, which is where I graduated from high school, I thought, man, this place has the opportunity and the bones to be a city that's as vibrant and as unique as a town like Athens. And I'm sitting here thinking, this is incredible. So we move in, and sure enough, you have a restaurant, Ceviche, you have, Hisham, and everything that he's done for this city, I think is just incredible. And you see what's going on in this town, and people are passionate about it. In fact, I think it's great that there is this much opposition. It tells you that something great is happening here. I think we need to be proud of Roswell. I think you guys should be proud, Mayor. You should be proud of what's happening here. And I think that what's going on, the form-based coding, is the next domino that needs to fall for the city to go from good to great. And I think if you guys do the research on form-based codes, I think you'll see that what's happening is only going to enhance your property values, even if you're not in the downtown area. There is plenty of housing areas where there's a 0.5 acre lot. I am one of them. Land O'Lakes Drive, right there. I think I got 0.75 acres. But I love the downtown area, and we need a vibrant business district where for us to come to, for businesses to come here, for this area to be sustained over time, so that we have a history to preserve. Because I think we talk about preservation of history, but it's creating history that allows you to preserve it in the future. And I think if we're not careful here and we don't leverage the timing of this issue, then a lot of the top talents that have already come here to work on this project, Lou being one of them, what these guys have done is incredible, guys. Roswell is in a great spot, and I think you all know it. And so, I wasn't going to say anything, but I do love Roswell, and I am one of the youngins, so I'll be around for a little while.
My name is Dave Schmidt. I live at 12660 Silver Fox Court here in Roswell. I just want to give a perspective that comes from a 20-year resident. For 18 years, I was probably like most. I enjoyed this wonderful city. My children went to school here, participated in all that it has to offer. And about 2 years ago, I became a citizen volunteer. I was one of those that when everybody stepped back, I was left out to the front. And I don't regret for a minute. And that started with being chairman of the comprehensive plan. And what that taught me was the complexity of a city. And I didn't really think of that. I am a developer by trade. But the complexity of the city also talks about variety. And that there's variety is needed in a city. We can't just be one thing. We were small at one time. We're not small anymore. At almost 90,000 people, and the area that we cover from east to west and north to south demands that there be lots of choices. And a city can't function unless it has that variety to work with and by each other. And so moving forward, now serving on the Strategic Economic Development Plan, is talking about how do we put a plan in place that actually starts to put some motor to this. That's been happening over the last year. Groveway has been happening over the last year. The Downtown Development Authority has been formed, of which I serve as a member. The Roswell Business Alliance has been formed. I say all these things because in the span of the last 2 years, this council has had a lot of things come to pass that are engines of growth, engines of change, engines of opportunity, and they're being put together by a lot of people who have a vested interest in this city, who are committed to this city. So I offer to you that we're at a unique time and place. I would echo what Sally said. Greenville was a catalyst for us to start thinking about next step. And as I think about all the things that we've done, the momentum that have been created, it's really, really important that momentum not be stopped. We can look back a year or two from now and wonder what happened. And in the 15 years before this that I watched about and talked about redevelopment, saw very little happen. I think we're at a unique time in our history to do that. And I'll follow with one point. Councilman Eigerhart, thank you for the early comment about trust regarding development. And certainly we were selected along with the Intergroup as the housing development partner for the redevelopment. And Lou Oliver is our designer. We have a number of world-class folks, and we promise it will be done right. But there is trust there. And from the trust that you might extend to me and to those of us who are committed to that, I would say, too, I trust you. I trust you to let this move forward and to know that we'll get it right. We'll get it right. Thank you.
I know it's late in the hour, but my name is Gail Bohannon, and I live at 736 Bush Street. And I have served on the committee, and I believe that we have worked very, very hard. And Roswell was a small place, and I never thought I would see the changes that have taken place now, as far as Canton Street and other areas. But the changes have been good. And Groveway has been a place that has been left out for many years, and it's in the heart of Roswell Historic District, but it was always passed by. So I'm very happy to know that finally the mayor and council has decided to come to the area and do something to improve the area, to make it more, I guess, tourism is the word that we're using a lot now for people to come and see. Because I had a friend that came from Albany, Georgia, and I talked to him the other week, and he said, do y'all still have a horse and buggy in Roswell as you enter into with the rails and stuff as you enter into the Roswell? I said, no, we have a fine park, now come see us. But also with the housing authority, it's time for a change there, because those apartments have been there even before I can remember. And I'm glad to know that there's some concern about the housing authority. I just hate that it's just now that some of you all are more concerned and more compassionate about those people that live in those apartments and where they're going to be displaced, because when you sat in the seat that you were sitting in, you were not concerned. You didn't even go out and ask for a vote because you figured those people don't vote, but they do vote and they do count. So whenever you get ready to be reelected again, please remember those people in the Groveway area. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Richard Hallberg. I live on Sloan Street in the Mill Village. I began developing my house in 1981 when it was the slums. That is part of, to my mind, a major part of the historic district now. This is not a historic development, but it is a form-based, and the way I look at the way the historic guidelines are, since I'm on the commission, that this form-based code is very much like our guidelines, so it's not necessarily a new thing. And I think all of you are capable of extrapolating that. Certainly make sure that we cover the few loopholes at some point and get on with this. That's it. Thank you.
One new person on the front bench.
Hi, my name is Amy Northcutt. I'm very, very nervous. I am not in the sunset of my life. However, I do have a business on Oak Street, 35 Oak Street. And what I wanted to say
Tell
is...
us what your business is. This is your chance to promote it.
Amy's Skincare Oasis. We do facials, massage, and acupuncture.
Good to know.
Thank you. Since you guys came and did the ribbon cutting for the streetscape in November, all of the employees now have to find new places to park. It has been no small new flow of traffic that has come to us, and I appreciate that, I'm happy to say. It's also a very nice thing not to have to say, do you know where Krispy Kreme is? People that have lived here for years come to me and say, I never knew this was back here. And that's something that I've only lived here for 3 years. It doesn't take long to realize that I am a Georgia native, though, if you have ears. And I just appreciate that, and I thought that was something that needed, I have a perspective that needs to be said. I don't want to get into the back and forth, but I have personally benefited from the streetscape that was done on Oak Street. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak? If you'll come to the microphone, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Nancy Puckett. I live at 750 Lake Charles Way. I've been there 35 years. And I had the opportunity to look up form-based codes, and I think a lot of interesting things have been said tonight. The only thing that I would add to that is when you read about form-based codes, it talks about regulations and specifications. And it sounds like there's just a little bit more work to be done on regulations and specifications until you move forward. I don't know what 30 days couldn't give you to achieve that. Thank you.
I see no new faces on the front bench. I think we've heard from everybody, so we're closing the public hearing. This time, we'll entertain a motion, but I would like to thank everyone who has come and left and everyone who has stuck around. I do truly believe that everyone here has the best interest of this city at heart. But we all have a different perspective and a different observation. I only vote in the event of a tie, but I will tell you that I appreciate a couple of comments. The biggest concern I see out there is the concern for apartments. There have been a lot of numbers thrown around about apartments and about how we're going to stop apartments or apartments going to take over. We had an attorney get up and say there's no limitation on the number of apartments. I will tell you, as an attorney, the limitation is apartments are not allowed in here unless there is a special permission by council, other than in the housing area where there are already apartments. There are already apartments throughout this district. Right now you can build apartments where there are currently apartments. You can build apartments where they're zoned for apartments. So I think that's a false concern to say that this council is not placing limitation on apartments. It's a very strong limitation. Apartments have to be specially approved. They'll have to come in and present the design and the plan before this apartment shows for it. Which brings me to the second subject, and that is trust. There's some folks there who don't trust this council to place limitations on apartments. I trust them to. I trust their judgment. They represent the citizens. Before any apartments are approved, we'll have to have another hearing just like this, and it could take even longer. So there'll be a full opportunity to be heard if more apartments are built outside of the housing authority area. So I trust this council. I don't think if we prescribe every detail, we're going to get what we want. My observation is in the past zoning projects where we prescribed every detail, we got nothing. No one wanted to come and build in those projects. We have zoning categories in which no one has ever applied for a zoning in those categories because we prescribed it to the last detail, and people said we can't develop under that. So I think prescribing specifically what you want, unless you know exactly what the developer wants, you're not going to get anything, and that's my biggest concern about prescribing things. We need flexibility in the market. My last comment, some of the people that were most vocal about the need for a deferral have been in part of this process from the beginning, and this is the first time we've heard objections from them. And it's a little late to raise objections. When you raise objections at the last minute, I question whether or not those objections are really constructive objections or just efforts to delay this for another date. Because the folks who made the biggest complaint about deferral were here from the beginning, and this is the first time we've heard those objections. So with that, we'll entertain a motion.
Okay. I'm not going to go into all the thank yous, but there are so many people who've put so much time into that, and I think we've acknowledged that before, but it doesn't go unnoticed again. The beauty of the different readings that we have is we get lots of opportunity to meet in between and talk about it and talk about it and talk about it. And I'm going to take a shot at a motion, and hopefully we'll get there close to the first time. All right. I am moving for approval of RZ 1203 text amendment for the Groveway Community Hybrid Form-Based Code with the following conditions. On page 7, the right-of-way recommendation for 50 feet of right-of-way on all streets. Page 7, the waiver of right-of-way requirement as written in the document Brad presented. Page 7, control of the building height to be measured from the eave, as it is with the rest of our code. Page 18, the wood accent added, and to correct the other page that I think I wrote down, page 19, that wood accent be corrected there too. Pages 25 and 40, the workforce housing is a voluntary provision. That's been added per Brad's presentation. Pages 32 and 46, requirement for public art review to be removed. Page 49, The map changes for primary streets. I would recommend not changing any of the primary streets, leaving them as we had it in the last reading. Page 56 and 59, the front setbacks measured from the property line was changed as per Brad's presentation. Page 61 and 62, new street cross sections. I think if we go with 50 feet measurement, we can go with, and I'll talk about the guidelines in a second. On page, well, I'll go ahead and talk about the guidelines. In the continuum of guidelines and specifications, we have guidelines in here. I think there is interest in having a little more detail. So I would suggest that whatever pictures are in red that we had talked about changing be removed. That enhanced guidelines are committed by staff to be done within 60 days that will offer some more visuals, illustrations, photographs for things we do want and things we don't want. That we have a provision for staff, I've got it written here, in page 3 of 62, section 12.4.5, how to obtain project approval. I would like to add the line, in addition, outside experts may be utilized in review. I'm sorry, page 3 of 62. Section 12.4.5 toward the bottom. It talks about how we review it, and this gives staff the option to bring in outside. Okay. In addition, outside experts may be utilized in review. Where are we? Page 4. Number 3.
A question? Is there a fiscal note applied to that, or is that a gratis arrangement? What is that?
Well, it's hard to tell until you know the scope of the project, but the goal is when we have form-based codes to have the opportunity for staff to prevail upon people who are professionals in that area. Yeah, we'd still.
Budget or go to council approval of that. It would not be. The council would not have the authority to commit money unless the council set aside a budget or went to council for specific approval.
And the requirement could be passed through to the developer.
And that's another option.
Yeah, which is, I think standby contractors could fall into that category also. Page 4 of 62, the guidelines. I would recommend a revision of that paragraph. The first part, and I'll go ahead and read the whole thing as I would present it, although I'm only changing the middle. Provide guidelines for new development in terms of aesthetics and other considerations such as district character or design details. They are intended to direct building and site design in a way that results in the continuity of the valued character of the Groveway community. And here's the change. Conformance with the requirements is mandatory. General conformance with the guidelines is mandatory. However, guidelines, as indicated by the use of the words should, may, or are encouraged to, in various cases, provide a choice of treatments that will achieve the desired effect. Although direct conformance with the guidelines is mandatory, developers are permitted to propose alternative design details if they are able to show that such details implement the vision communicated in the 2008 LCI study and the 2009 Groveway Community Charrette. Page, yes?
Would you do me a favor, Councilmember Diamond, after in the continuity of the valued character of the Groveway community, then you start off conformance with, could you do that for me just one more time, just that sentence for me, please? It would be the 1, 2, 3, 4th sentence.
Right. I've got it in two places, I'm sorry. Tell me which part you want again.
Okay, it's after you said of the valued character of the Groveway community, then you said conformance with requirements is mandatory, then you said general conformance with the guidelines is
mandatory.
Is mandatory.
You want the rest?
No, that's the part I was missing. Thank you.
Okay. Page 4. which is now missing from my page. Okay. Now I got that. Make sure I got them all. Page 26. There are a couple little things that I think we thought we had cleared that didn't clear that page. The first, number 4, on-street parking shall be permitted to satisfy at most 50% of the required open space. If we can remove on-street parking. And then at the bottom on page 26, along streets shall be edged with a landscape strip of no less than 6 feet width. I would recommend we delete that, because that's...
Repeat that.
Okay. Along streets, in the 12.4.25 landscape requirement, all streets shall be edged with a landscape strip of no less than 6 feet in width. We were deleting that because it can be done with amenity areas rather than landscape strip.
Just for clarification, that's in the commercial, the mixed-use district?
Yes.
And not in, that doesn't apply to the neighborhood?
Yes. Page 26 of 62. And I'm hesitant to say I think I'm done.
Brad, did staff have any question about the those changes? You got all that down?
No.
Is there a second?
Second.
I believe that second was first by Councilmember Price. Was that a second? And a third by Councilmember Wynn.
Whatever.
All right, this time further discussion by council. Councilmember Eichelhardt.
Well, it's interesting. We just talked about how last-minute concerns are raised, and frankly, everything just said is the first time I've heard it, and yet we've had years to go over this stuff. And so I am thrown somewhat by a list that I have not even seen in print that we're going to approve, but there's no greater definition of last-minute than that. So that concerns me. And none of it written or very little written that we've seen. And several of us here asking, what page is that? And where is that? And in terms of the 58 foot was something that was just brought up 2 weeks ago, and now it's been reduced to 50 with, what reasons and how does that play out? Personally, I've said this before, not everybody's been here. I haven't been as involved with the process because I had thought the people that lived there should have more input. Because in some meetings I've heard we had our council members arguing back and forth about it, what it was, and how is that moving the process forward? It should be what those people had involved. But every time I read this thing, it's like a novel. I find something new every time. But in a good novel, you find something about a character or a story. In this, it's something else. It's like, what? I didn't realize it was there. And what I brought up earlier about it doesn't even have the specifics of what the high-quality building materials are. It didn't hit me till last night, and about the 800th time I've read this. And when I asked Brad this morning and David this morning, they agree that you're right. There's nothing in there that says it's going to have these high-quality materials necessarily. Brick is only a 10% facade element if they choose that as one of the 10 things or 8 things I think they have to choose. One of the things they could choose is a trellis with plantings. You can go buy a wood thing over at Home Depot and put a plant on it, and if it dies, there it is. I meant to start this off by saying that I had overall support for the concept, and it's some of the things that just happened that just set me off, kind of like Ralph has set up on some things. So let me back up, because form-based code is design standard specifications. Everything you read about form-based code that is what it's all about. You don't worry about the use and all thing, and I'd have some issues with that. But the whole idea is design standard specifications, and yet we have very little in here that actually works for somebody that could come in. Like I said at the start, I trust some of the people in this room for doing the things that they would want to do. They are not guaranteed to be the ones that build the things. And you've got people coming in that if they have a chance to build apartments in Roswell, they've never had the chance to, or at least in the last 15, 20 years, to have a really major apartment complex. We give them that opportunity. They're going to be willing to pay the people who own these properties enough to get in there. We've seen that happen on 1 or 2 house properties to build a 10-unit townhome. You don't think they're going to do the same thing for an apartment the first time they can get into the city? And those are not going to be the high-quality people. That's my concern, is that we're not going to get what we're trying to get. That's what I said at the very start. So let me go through, because I had a long list. And you go back to page 2 about things that don't work. The very first description of this is orientation. These development regulations govern... No, sorry, let me...
In the sake of brevity, because it's a long meeting, there are two options. We can cover all these, and I'm comfortable with doing this. If you wish to propose any amendments to this ordinance, feel free to. If there are changes you wish to make and you wish to amend it, then we can consider that. So, think about that in your presenting. If you're looking for amendments,
that's what I'm about to do
as you hit them.
Right, and that's what I'm going to do. But no one else seems to have any issues or concerns or questions, so I feel like I have to say a few on top of that. But let me go back. Page 2, 12.4.3, orientation, so everybody knows where we're starting. These development regulations govern all future private development actions in the Groveway community, forming Section 12.4 of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance. We're laying this out to be an overlay. That's one of several options. You have your underlying zoning for whatever the property is itself and the historic district on some properties, and then this was going to be another overlay. The way this reads, it says this is what it's going to be. It doesn't matter what your zoning is. We are now saying, regardless of the intention, this will govern all future private development actions in Groveway community. And then right below that, 12.4.4, applicability. New construction. All regulations in the chapter shall apply. So it's not an overlay anymore. It is now the zoning for the property that is listed on that map. That's not the intention, but that's the way it's worded.
Is that a question, or if it's a question, we can redirect it to the city attorney. Does this trump the underlying zoning?
This section is actually in the overlay district section of the zoning ordinance, so it will be only an overlay. And while it could be worded better to say these development regulations govern all future private development under the Groveway overlay, which would be what I prefer, the fact that it's actually in the overlay section and it is only an overlay would make it only applicable to that overlay.
And Mr. Davidson, I asked you that question several times. You said that that's a difference that you had with Brad, and that is how it comes out differently. And I told you I was going to ask you that question.
Correct. And I said that originally it was intended as a zoning, and I said you can't do it unless you rezone all the properties, so you have to make it an overlay.
Councilman Eichelhart, would it be, just to try to, without getting into arguing about, if you're have a discomfort about the interpretation, I think a simple amendment to specifically add the language that Mr. Davidson mentioned, that this only applies to the Groveway ordinance, we can resolve that interpretation question very simply. If that's, then I would support that amendment if you wish to make it.
That is, yes, that would be an amendment I would offer.
Could you rephrase it just for the record?
No, I cannot.
Mr. Davidson, I think you're suggesting you add Mr. Davidson's clarification. Mr.
Yes.
Davidson, would you repeat your clarification? And
I'll
perhaps we can get the person who made the motion and second to adopt that. And we don't have to vote on that.
Okay. Under 12.4.3 orientation, these development regulations govern all future private development under the Groveway overlay district. And then on the applicability, 12.4.4, applicability to the Groveway overlay district, I think can take care of that.
Councilmember Diamond and Councilmember Price, are those amendments acceptable to add to your motion?
Mayor, to me.
So we'll consider those part of the original motion.
Thank you. Second, page 7, 12.4.1, right-of-way regulations, which already we've changed to being 50 feet when all the discussion we've had about what is such a great place as walkability. We're now reducing the size of that sidewalk by at least 4 feet on each side. So I don't know that we're going to get what we keep talking about. But in the description, and it's supposed to be, you would think, exactly the same wording except for the different numbers. And the word "the" is left out in one, so it's not a proper sentence, and the word "the" and "in" is left out in the next one. And again, this is not major, but shouldn't we have things written properly in what we're proposing? And the fact that we haven't caught this says a lot to me. So that is in the first sentence, line 8. Actually, it's line 9 of the sentence. Groveway community shall be, let me read the whole thing. Minimum width of right-of-way for primary streets in the Groveway community shall be 58, I guess now 50 feet, and constructed as identified in cross-section in figure 12.4.1. It would seem that it would have to be in the cross-section.
So you're suggesting a grammatical change?
Yes.
Is that acceptable to the motion in the second? That's acceptable. We'll make that change.
Next one.
Paragraph's not in the motion. That paragraph's not in the motion. The second paragraph is the one that was in the motion.
So it's not even included.
Well, so that whole thing is struck now?
I'm assuming 13 through 16 lines is what was in the motion.
All right. Well, things went so fast and I didn't have it written down, I couldn't catch it all. Sorry. So what a surprise.
8 through 12.
Now you go to line 13 and 14 then, and you've left out the word the and doesn't have the word in that was in the first section. So line 14 shall be 50 feet constructed as identified in the cross-section in figure 12.4.2.
All right. Is that grammatical change appropriate? Is that okay with Nancy and Betty?
I don't know that it's necessary, but if it pleases...
Makes folks feel better?
That makes folks
that particular one,
let's do that.
Now we change it up. Now the next one, line 17. Upon a finding, mayor and city council may waive the requirement of constructing the street cross-section. Upon a finding of what?
Does language need to be clear, added to that to make it clear? Mr. Davidson.
That would be preferable.
To add some language?
But I don't have any idea what that language would be.
A finding of, Brad, what were y'all thinking about a finding of appropriateness?
It was the council's directive to include some type of language where you could waive the requirement to build the cross-section and just take the money.
Well, we're looking for Kent's looking for something more specific. What would you recommend?
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can we just eliminate upon a finding? Thank you. There's the mayor and council.
All right, so that's where the proposal would be to eliminate the words and upon a finding. Is that all right, Councilmember Price?
Acceptable.
Make those changes.
All right. That's fine. And a lot of this does seem silly, and frankly, I'll agree on this one.
I don't think it's silly. I think it's.
But one of the arguments made was that we're going to go to court on some of this stuff, and they're going to have very good attorneys come up with things that we've left holes in.
And thank you for your efforts in cleaning up this language.
Then, right-of-way regulations. Is this going to apply to Highway 9? 58, now 50-foot cross-section? Where does it begin on Highway 9? How do we lay out the sidewalk, and how do we lay out where the right-of-way is, and how do we lay out what is now looked at to be a primary street starting on Highway 9?
Maybe legal can clarify this, but I look at what's in the Groveway community as what's within the streets. I mean, we're not regulating Oxbow or Norcross Street or Grimes Bridge that border it, so I'm not sure why we need to do that.
On this map, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. On this map, Highway 9 is listed as a primary street. It is the street along which 5-story buildings will be built. They will have to follow some kind of design guideline. How does it fit what we've written? There is nothing pertaining to Highway 9.
Brad, how should we address this?
With the removal of the discussion dealing with 58 feet, the criteria has gone to all minimum widths of right-of-way to be 50 feet or greater.
So that's the minimum?
That's the minimum. Alpharetta Highway,
right-of-way is already fit.
Even Hill Street has an excess of 50 feet. The objective of providing the 50-foot requirement is for those substandard rights-of-ways to know from the center line how much dedication we would need.
But the end point, though, looking right at Lou, the end point was that we wanted to have enough space for sidewalks, and we wanted to make sure the right-of-way lines didn't become an issue. Under this, you could have back to, I guess, 8-foot now. Sidewalk is the max we would have on a major highway with a 5-story building.
Yes.
And nobody's concerned about that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember Price.
Do we have jurisdiction over that state road?
No.
No.
Is that applicable, or would that solve the issue?
Do you wish to make an amendment to the current ordinance? You're suggesting it be greater than 8 feet?
Well, frankly, I'm making the point that we don't know what to do, and for me to come up with something in a non-legal answer with something that's on the fly, I don't think it's appropriate.
All right, then we won't consider that as a request for an amendment.
So we're just throwing out Highway 9, put whatever sidewalk you want. Page 8. Building orientation, 12.4.13, line 24 and 25. Buildings on corner parcels shall have entrances oriented toward either the street of highest classification or toward the intersection that is designated a high visibility street corner. Numerous other places, we talk about the buildings and their entrances and all. What it means is to say the entrance of the building. What it actually says is the building itself has to be oriented towards the corner at an angle. So whatever building you have, if it's 100 feet long or 300 feet long, that whole thing's got to be pushed back to wherever that angle is going to be to the corner. It doesn't mean that. That's not what we intend, but that's what it says. Each building must have an entrance that faces the street. Semicolon. Buildings on high visibility streets and corners as identified on the Groveway community map must face intersection diagonally. It means the entrance, but that's not what it says.
Are you suggesting we make it clarified to say the entrance need to be oriented?
Yes. That is.
Do you believe an amendment needs to be made, or you think the language is clear?
I'm sorry. I jumped over to page 9 because I have it on mine that matches it back and forth. I'm sorry. I got excited there.
So we'll overlook that.
Jump over on page 9 and look at line number 8. Each building must have an entrance that faces the street. Semicolon. Buildings on high visibility street corners as identified on Groveway community map must face intersection diagonally. Do we really mean the whole building needs to face diagonally? Don't we mean it's the entrance?
What if we kept it as oriented toward, because to me that, I'm not an architect, but that implies the entrance, does it not?
Are you looking at page 9, line 8?
Yeah, well, where we were on page 8 actually I think describes it, where you were headed, I think fixes the problem where you went.
I'm sorry, I should jump back to page 8, number 20, line 24 actually gives you, it looks like it gives you a choice between either facing it towards the highest street classification or towards the intersection. That's not the intention. It's based on where you're located that it will actually determine which one you choose. This looks like it gives you a choice. And then my other point was that as you go in through the rest of the document, it actually says numerous times that the building must face the intersection diagonally. It says it numerous times. And
so would you be more comfortable with the entrance to the building?
That's my point, yeah.
Okay.
But the fact that we're not concerned about that, just again,
we are concerned about it. Now that you've raised the issue, so you wish to make that amendment to the entrance need to be oriented toward that street.
This is on page
Price.
This is on page 9, correct?
That's page 9, line 8.
Councilmember Price, is that fine with you also?
I think it should be consistent with page 8, so that there's the option of either or.
Do we have an agreement between Diamond and Price on that? Do you want to, Clyde, just for the record, you want to repeat what Brad, you want to tell us where we are on this? How you interpreted all that back and forth?
On page 9, line 8, we're adding the term entrance in front of after the semicolon. But we want
just
that.
So read it for us in context.
Each building must have an entrance that faces the street, semicolon. Building entrances on high visibility street corners. Now we want to add the or towards the intersection. That's going to conflict with the language. Building entrances on high visibility street corners as identified in the Groveway map must face intersection diagonally.
That's correct.
We want to have it or, Dr. Price?
Unless there's a compelling reason to have it only facing diagonally, which, as you pointed out, is here and there, I think there could be reasons to have it facing one street or the other or the corner. So I just don't know that it needs to be
But they'll have the option.
restricted. Right.
Councilmember Diamond, does that work for you?
Didn't say
We're debating whether,
Building Street or the angle.
the way I read it is if it's on a high visibility street corner, that trumps the orientation of the street.
Yeah,
In which
it's a
case-
high visibility street or the corner.
Right. So I guess my answer is yes.
Well, let's
I know my answer.
try it one more time. Brad.
Each building must have an entrance that faces the street, semicolon. Building entrances on high visibility street corners as identified on the Groveway community map must face the intersection diagonally or the street.
No, I'm fine.
Or
with
the high
that.
visibility street. Which
Yeah, I could deal with.
coincides with page 8.
Or the high visibility street.
Although,
No,
one
or
of-
the street highest classification.
One of the key guidelines later is that the reason this is set diagonally is because it's leaving a space in front to put public space
Public
and
space.
green space. It's got to be 400 square feet of that in front of that building entrance. That's why it has the diagonal
Right.
description. And if you allow it to then go to the corner, then you wipe that out.
Right.
And just to throw further confusion, the same thing is on page 13, 11, 12, 13, and 14. If the building is contained on a lot of the high visibility street corner, the building shall be oriented diagonally towards the intersection. Again, the building.
Mr. Mayor,
go
if I may. On page 8, line 25, could it just be something as simple as adding a comma after classification? So it says that the entrances are oriented toward either the street of highest classification, comma, or toward the intersection if it is designated as a high visibility street corner. So that way you're saying it's toward the street of highest classification, or in the case of it being a high visibility street corner, then it's toward the intersection.
I think that's the intention.
Now, does that?
So you'd actually even put a period there toward the intersection if it's a designated high visibility street corner.
I'm trying to, for my purposes, to see if Nancy Diamond and Councilmember Price, whose this motion is, support that.
I'm comfortable with that as a comma. I don't think it makes sense to end the sentence there, but.
Councilmember Price, to their consensus.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, and 9, I would say on line 8, each building must have an entrance that faces the street. Building entrances on high visibility street corners as identified in the Gloveway community map must face the intersection diagonally.
And then the same thing on page 13, line 13.
Building entrance, I think the motion was to clear that up wherever it existed, was the building entrance rather than the building.
Right.
That was what
I didn't hear that there was everywhere that was the case.
We'll clear it up everywhere.
Back on page 10, again, minor, but again, it follows my point that there's so many little things throughout this. Page 10, line 5, at least one building entry must front onto court.
Courtyard.
Perhaps courtyard or a court or, I don't know.
Should that read courtyard?
Well, it's in the section labeled Core Court Standards.
Category.
Is it not a court? Onto court.
B.
Again, it's not that big a deal in that specific instance, but it seems like we should at least make sense out of what that is.
Does Diamond or Price believe we need to make any changes to that wording?
I think
Nope,
that
we don't
one's-
believe we need
I
any
think
changes.
that one's understandable.
All right. Page 13, storefront streets. Building, this is line 36. Building facades on storefront streets shall include articulation features every 40 feet to create a pattern of small storefronts. A storefront street is a street designation emphasizing a main street type of setting with storefronts adjacent to the sidewalks. Oak Street, from the intersection of Atlanta Street to Myrtle Street, is a storefront street. That's correct. There are so few streets within this whole thing. That's the only one that's designated clearly as a storefront street. Who determines and what determines what then becomes a storefront street on other streets?
Brad, can you answer that question? Is that a council designation?
Well, it's one. That's the only one defined. So is that the only place that it applies?
Yes. Is it being the only one that's defined?
We don't want any other.
If you want some more, I think we need to define some more. That's the only one currently defined.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, so Ralph would be happy. He's got the only retail only spot. So that's what we just said. Page 16, I'm only going to bring this one up because it's the picture that we all talked about. This is a picture this is the one that Paula put up. This is a picture in the book as to what should be done.
Are you suggesting we remove that picture?
I would guess so. Somebody said it might be a comparison, but it doesn't say this is bad, this is good.
Price, how do you feel about removing that picture?
I'm fine with it since it's not really the accurate picture of the finished product.
Price?
And I actually would recommend that we eliminate the one next to it because I think
So
I had that
you'd
on my
recommend we
list.
eliminate both photographs?
Seeing as they do not apply to Roswell, I agree to remove them.
They're gone.
Page 17, line 5. For wider facades, facades wider than 300 feet shall incorporate at least 2 entry articulation features. If there is only one entry, the second feature may be less prominent. Elsewhere, we've said no building shall be wider than 300 feet. So if you don't have any buildings that are wider than 300 feet, you're not going to have any facades wider than 300 feet.
Good point.
So we don't need that.
Councilmember Price and Diamond, do you agree with that point? All right, we can eliminate that because it's unnecessary. No building can be wider than 300 feet.
Agreed.
Now we come to page 18. This is the big one. I'm just going through the page by page, but this is the biggest one because it doesn't list anything specific in terms of the high-quality building materials. This is 12.4.198, line 8. The following standards exist to encourage high-quality development. Brick, concrete siding standards. Masonry, concrete, brick, or other durable material must be incorporated between wood accent or metal siding and the ground plane. Brick may also be used as the primary facade material. Again, it doesn't say that it has to be these high quality through there. The next one goes down to stucco, same kind of stuff. Stone and timber.
Why would you just add that it has to be these things?
That I think would be the primary thing that would change all this for the better.
Well, let's change it for the better. Brad, what would your suggestion on the language change to meet Councilmember Eichelhardt's suggestion?
Change in line 8 the word encourage to shall.
Let's do it.
Shall be or shall include.
Councilmember Price and Diamond, you comfortable with that change?
How about the following standards exist to produce high-quality development?
That doesn't really affect the standards themselves. Because this still may be encouraged, but it still says masonry, concrete, brick, other. You could put a concrete wall.
Now, question.
Yes.
Is any building still subject to HPC or DRB review?
Yes.
So we would catch it at that level.
All new buildings will be required.
Right, so we'll catch it at that level.
My very first question, though, was to Mr. Davidson, and we'll see what he says on the answer this time. But
he's not listening. I'm sure he's listening.
Mr. Davidson, there's a question.
Can HPC come in and require something that is not actually required in the guidelines?
No.
So they can look at it all they want, make recommendations, but the developer can say, thank you very much for those recommendations. I choose not to take them.
No, actually.
But she changed the language, so actually she made them mandatory, the guidelines mandatory.
That was that paragraph she redid.
Is that everything throughout?
All the guidelines, yes.
Right. unless they can come up with something better. And I still come back to then, you can have under this, you can have a concrete wall.
I think our designer would tell you there's some very high quality design that comes from concrete walls, but I'm not sure.
There's some wonderful Frank Lloyd Wright buildings that are concrete block. They're just extraordinary.
I'll agree with that. In a single use, if you have a whole wall of 5-story building along Highway 9, it's all concrete. I don't know. All right. Well, accent. Have we defined what the word accent is? Who determines what an accent is? Is that 5%? Is that 50%? I think it's an accent because it's 80%. How are you going to change? How are you going to challenge that?
Can we back up and clarify line 8? Because I don't think we got consensus on that. The following standards. How about this? Following standards shall be utilized to create high quality development and the use of building materials that would be consistent with and add to the character of the area.
Councilmember Price, is that change acceptable?
Acceptable.
All right, back to the question about accent. How would we define, is accent clearly enough defined in Webster's dictionary?
I would take the determination that it's a small percentage.
That's comforting.
What if we said trim rather than accent? Would trim cover it? We have an architect in the room. Would trim cover an accent? The use of the word trim, the question was how is that defined? I mean, the question of accent, how is it defined? I was thinking accent means trim.
Same thing.
Then let's use the word trim because I think that's a little clearer.
So
we know what trim is. This is the coping is trim.
So page 18, line 11, accent is now being changed to trim.
I think that makes it a little better.
Also page 19.
I think that's a little clearer. That we're more used to using the word trim than accent. I think maybe interior decorators use accents. I use trim. Trim carpenters use trim.
Well, are we doing it in both places then, on page 18?
Page 19, line 1.
19, line 1, and 18,
Change accent
line
to
11.
trim. All good comments, Councilmember Eichelhart. We appreciate your input.
Thank you. Now, same lines, line 12, it says between wood accent, or now wood trim, or metal siding. The next
we need
page.
to eliminate metal siding.
Next page, prohibited materials, metal siding.
Let's eliminate metal siding.
That's 12, page 18, line 12.
That was my understanding. Early on, we were eliminating metal siding.
That's one. Page 19. Now we have wood siding that we mentioned.
Let's eliminate wood siding and metal siding wherever they appear. Is that all right with Diamond and Price?
Well, I've always wondered what's the problem with wood.
It's a cheaper material. We're trying to raise the quality level. It's a less permanent material. It requires higher maintenance. And all my houses have wood trim, but I will tell you that when it comes to apartment complexes, you get a higher standard of quality when you insist upon these more durable materials.
But not everything in this district is going to be apartment complexes. There are going to be some single structures.
You get into an old town, if you look on, older towns for fire code reasons, they eliminated wood, and you get a different. You get a different level of standard.
Aren't our historic buildings wood?
They're freestanding, though. They're not.
Well, some of these are going to be freestanding in the whole district.
I'm trying to reach
Can they not be?
consensus here. I'm trying to address Councilmember Eichelhart's concerns.
I just don't have any concern about wood. But if you want to leave it as wood trim, that's fine with me.
Well, the point, I guess, is that, as I said earlier, that is what Chattahoochee Landing has now. It's stucco and wood. So to me, you can build that again.
Well, the freestanding building, I think wood's a matter, but I look at towns where they butt up against each other. The old fire codes, they weren't wood. Then when they were, they burned down eventually. So we're eliminating wood siding and metal siding.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring it to where we say we're going to have quality material.
We're eliminating wood siding and metal siding. Price, is that okay?
Yes.
All right, wherever that appears, eliminate wood siding and metal siding throughout the code.
I think vinyl's already on the list, actually, of prohibited.
We're not hearing from the floor. This is not the time for the floor to speak.
Then on signage, and this is true on page 31, it's also in the neighborhood residential, but I don't have that page. We allow a monument sign, but if we're going to produce wide sidewalks and trees and parking spaces, is a monument sign the thing we want? Would that not block the sidewalk? Is it not? Anywhere I've seen of this kind of development, you never see a monument sign.
Councilmember DiPoli, you're our architect on board. You need to tell us, give us some direction here.
You know, it all depends on what the project is, and it may be recessed into an entryway somehow.
So you're fine with monument sign?
It wouldn't. Typically, you wouldn't. If you had the building up against the property line, you're not going to have room for a monument sign. But if you have a recessed area, you may want to have some signage in there. So yes, I'm fine.
Our code about sidewalks is going to eliminate them putting it at the sidewalk if they don't have room, so we're covered.
Correct. Unless there's a recessed area, if they have a plaza, they may want to put it in there. But
I think the sidewalk takes care of them putting a monument sign blocking the sidewalk.
All right. And then finally, if we were going to say that we want to come up with additional design guidelines within 60 days, are we looking at some kind of moratorium between now and then? Are we looking at an effective date that is later than today?
I would suggest postpone the effective date for that time period. Then we don't have a problem. We're not going to get a project in here in the next 60 days ready to build. It's not going to hold any project up. As long as people know that it's in the works and we pass it, we've got certainty it's happening. The 60-day waiting for the guidelines is just bringing it all together. So do we have a effective date of 60 days? Councilmember Price, you okay with delayed effective date?
60 is when they say they can
60 days.
Generate it. I don't know that can we approve it? I guess we'll just say yes.
We can approve it tonight to be effective in 60 days.
But I think that of all the people that expressed concerns this evening, the main thing was, those items that weren't, quote, tight enough. So I think that with Councilman Eichelhardt's comments and suggestions and incorporations, along with the guidelines in the next 60 days, I think we should accomplish solving or responding to everyone's concerns.
The question was, are you comfortable with delayed effective date? So the effective date's in 60 days. Any other comments, Councilmember Eichelhardt?
Those are the corrections that I would suggest.
This is your opportunity for any other comments.
That's why I was making that as a precedent. All the things that were said about apartment calculations, the number of 4,000 apartments came from discussions that were had in a work session. And it wasn't me. Someone on this council said it. That's where I'm going to say this comes from. Then we looked at other numbers and maybe reduced the number of acres that could actually be built upon. But if somebody comes in and 1,200, well, this is a question for Brad. I guess 1,200 square feet was our number that we used for an apartment, correct?
That was the square footage.
That's how we came up with 1,500 as an example.
Right.
There are numerous apartments within Roswell and within the city of Atlanta, Metro Atlanta, that are smaller than 1,200. The place that we're looking at putting the folks from the housing authority, the 3-bedroom, is a little over 1,000 square feet. So it could easily increase those numbers based on smaller apartment sizes, and because we have no minimums, there's nothing saying they couldn't do that. We haven't really addressed roads and traffic impact, looking at how many cars would come out of these things. Granted, we don't know exactly what that number is going to be, but we know it's going to be more than what it is today. Frankly, this whole discussion in a lot of ways gets around a whole density discussion, which helps you get away from knowing how to deal with the impact. And that's the very first thing, and I think the consistent thing I've talked about the entire time. What is going to be the impact on the whole area? We are different from Greenville because we don't have 3 major interstate highways that feed in. We don't have a central city, things that can work out. We have 2 roads that you can get everywhere, and everybody's going to have to take those. And we're just not dealing with that. I actually did talk to Nancy Whitworth, who's the economic development director there who told us so much about it. I gave her a call, asked her how they did some things. They didn't just open it up to everybody. They had negotiations for every single one of those projects. They did one project at a time, worked out the details of that, and moved on to the next one. And they did have a lot of requirements for whoever's going in there to get what they wanted. And I am just, again, majorly concerned that we still do not have an end result that is going to give us what we want. We'll hope that it does, and I certainly hope that it does, because fixing it after the fact, you only fix something because it doesn't work. Do you fix it after you have the bad apartments or whatever it is we don't want? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I truly do support the effort, and I do think there are many good things that come out of this. I think some 5-story buildings make sense. I think some apartments make sense. I live in the old high school. Well, I'm in the townhouse, not in the loft. I walk to all these places we talk about. I'm doing what everybody says they want to do. I have no problem, and I hope other people will do more of that and can do it. But I just have a strong concern, as I've said all throughout. We're not guaranteed to have these good folks come in and do this, and we've got to shore it up for the bad ones. And all the changes that we've made and thrown out here tonight, and just how many hours it's been, without ever seeing what the whole picture is, and everybody having a chance to look at that whole picture, I don't think is prudent. That's all I have.
Councilmember Price.
I appreciate Councilman Eilhart's fine-tooth combing this, because I just think that's a very important thing to do, and clearly a lot of people had that in mind but just didn't do it among our constituents here. But maybe some of his concerns could be allayed if he didn't see so many permitted uses and possibly more conditional, such that any project that might be kind of outside the scope of our vision would be met and curtailed before it even gets started. So that, I'm wondering if he has any recommendations on pages 51 through 53 that would help him be more comfortable with this.
Councilmember DiPolito.
If I may, I have a recommendation actually on page 53 under special uses. We have communication towers and antenna pursuant to the ordinance as a permitted use. I'd just like to make that not acceptable in both categories, since we're not looking for more communication towers, to my knowledge.
Councilmember Price, Councilmember Diamond, your thoughts? You're okay with making that a conditional use, Councilmember Price?
Not permitted.
I think he's saying
Not permitted, just not permitted, period.
I would prefer conditional. I'm trying to imagine a situation where it would be appropriate. I can't, but if we're conditioned, at least we would see it.
If there is a 5-story building, maybe you can hide it in the attic.
I'd be more comfortable with conditional than permitted.
Let's just make it conditional.
I think we've been a little too lenient on the P's here, and maybe should have a few more C's.
Okay.
We're going to make that conditional, Price and Diamond.
Do we have communication towers on our water tower now?
Yes.
This is an overlay.
So we're not going to allow it anymore? So I guess my point is I would be more comfortable with conditional than...
Yes.
Yeah, if you have a gable roof, you might put it behind the roof. They do that.
Well, in 20 years from now, we don't know what that communication tower is going to look like. It may be a totally different animal. So conditional.
All right. Other thoughts on conditional uses? Yes, Councilmember Diamond.
I have one other amendment to my motion. When we take out the pictures that we're going to swap out, the street sections, probably we need to pull that from this reading, so we make sure that comes with the enhanced guidelines. Thank you.
Okay. On page 48 is the section that talks about the effective date. On line 16, the language is after the date of its adoption. We should probably change that. And staff would recommend June 12th, 2012. That gives you 60 days plus a couple of extra days. So that way we have at least the mayor council meeting of June 11th to discuss the guidelines.
So what deadline are you, what effective date is? June 12th. Is that accepted, Diamond and Price? That's an answer, yes? Say yes.
Why are we pushing it back?
So we'll have a council meeting in time, but we'll have a scheduled council meeting to approve the guidelines.
If we go exactly...
Oh, for the guidelines. Okay, gotcha. Yes.
You got that change. Councilmember DiPolito.
I have one additional suggested change, and it's actually a fairly significant one. And I didn't mean to save this for last, but Councilman Engelhardt was on a roll. I didn't want to interrupt him. I would like to see us consider going from 5 stories down to 4 stories. And I know we have limited amounts of 5 stories along here, but the bulk of the streets are 3 stories already. So we have just a limited amount of area. And for 2 reasons. One, I think the 4 stories is more consistent with the Groveway charrette that showed 2- and 3-story buildings, and that doesn't mean that's all that was limited to. But the other reason is that really to go from 4 stories up to 5 stories, you're changing the construction type, and it really adds expense to the building. So realistically, we're probably more prone to get 4-story buildings than 5-story buildings as a practical matter. So rather than just allow the 5, I'd like for us to consider going to the 4 and dropping the height from 66 feet down to 54 feet.
Councilmember Diamond,
That's
what's
on
your
page
position?
7.
So, I mean, we're talking, I guess specifically to me, this prescribes the height more than the stories. Are we comfortable that gives us the flexibility, or can we make it, if someone came in with a really wonderful design that included some 5-story, would we be able to?
You'd have to amend your ordinance.
Can you vary height?
Could you make 5-story conditional use? So you might say permit, 4 stories are permitted, 5 stories conditional. That's an option.
The heights are different, if the heights are conditional. Would that work legally? And where do we put it in the scheme of this?
Page 7.
Under the building height section.
Okay.
Brad, if we want to make 4 stories permitted, 5 stories conditional, how would you recommend we revise this ordinance?
Heights, not stories necessarily.
Heights.
You're dealing with building heights. You're on line 27 and 28. What?
The idea is
right.
4 stories are permitted.
Right. Rich, you 66 was going to change to what? 50?
54.
54. So you're saying 4 stories.
54 feet.
54 feet is permitted. 5 stories, 66 feet is conditional. Does the 3 stories still apply along the secondary streets?
Yes, which is the bulk of this area.
Councilmember Price, is that okay?
I don't know if that's standard language in an ordinance. I mean,
it's legal language. It'll work.
If that works, fine. Because I agree with Councilman DiPolito that
it works.
A 5-story is probably excessive, but maybe in some circumstances it would be.
All right, so we made that change.
We will also require that change on page 54.
Wherever it appears, make that change.
Right.
Any other last-minute suggestions to make it better? We're trying to make this better. We're not trying to limit them. We're trying to make it better.
Question.
Question from Councilmember Price.
On page 4, that the big paragraph that was modified. Now, if something in this ordinance is not workable or a developer has another idea, what is the method that they present a contrary or alternative plan?
developers are permitted to propose an alternative design if they're able to show that such details implement the vision.
Who has to approve it?
Who decides?
I think that same staff that approves the plan.
Is that arbitrary or?
Yeah, that's the crux of it, is that it's staff.
I mean, is that the discretion we want?
That's kind of the soul of the ordinance, so if you want to have that discussion, that's a different discussion, but...
I mean, it almost throws out this whole ordinance if you say, oh, by the way, staff can do what they want.
No, staff is the one who approves these plans already.
Right, but under this guideline that we're saying is mandatory.
Are we trusting staff? That's the question.
Well, I mean,
that's the $64,000 question.
Is this the big loophole that says this doesn't matter anyway? Is that?
No, it matters, but we're trusting, it still matters, but rather than us making the call, we're trusting the discretion of staff to make the call, and we've got good staff decisions.
And I see them very seldom do they jump out.
Well, then I guess my other question is then, what is the recourse for the applicant if they're not happy with the answer they're getting?
All my decisions are appealable depending on the language of the ordinance, either to BZA or to council usually.
Is that in the ordinance?
That's not stated in this ordinance, so it would go to BZA right now.
We have to state it for it to come to council.
Okay, so is it clear in the ordinance that it goes to BZA or automatically does that?
Because it's silent, because it doesn't state that
If
it
you
would
want
come
to
to
appeal
council.
to come to council, we need to expressly say that.
Okay. Otherwise, I mean, is it clear to the applicant that they have a recourse? Or do they just get turned down and they go away?
It's clear to their lawyer.
Nobody really goes away. They usually...
Okay.
They find a way to come back, and if they truly have an issue with a decision that I've made...
Sometimes they come to me.
But BZA is final, is it not?
Yes. Unless it goes to Superior Court. No.
Yes. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to add that we also gave staff the latitude to go to an outside architect. So if they feel they needed some additional expertise, then they could bring in the appropriate consultant to help them resolve any issues.
All right, we're entertaining amendments to this ordinance. Before we recognize Councilmember Eichelhardt a second time, Councilmember Eichelhardt, is this an amendment or just further comment? I want to try to get the amendments all on the table.
I'm not going to make any more comments, if that helps. So it's an amendment.
We'll hear an amendment.
There have been so many changes, some major. Can we please consider taking 30 more days to actually look at them all in total?
You can make a motion for deferral to see if you get a second.
That's the motion. I'll make a motion to defer to the meeting in, is this April now? May 9th? What's the name? May 12th? Whatever that meeting is.
14th.
There's a motion for deferral. Is there a second? Fails for lack of a second. All right. Any further amendments? Does everyone understand the ordinance, the motion that right now we do not have any amendments. The person who made the motion and the second accepted all the recommended changes. We have a motion and a second. This time, further discussion by council. We're going to take a break after we take this vote. If the council wishes to make their comments on this vote, I suggest you make it now because they're going to be walking out this door after this vote. Councilmember DiPolito.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long road on this ordinance, and I know some folks feel like they are just hearing it for the first time, and I think that's unfortunate. And we have been working on this for a lot of years, and it's not just this ordinance, it's the Groveway charrette, which started off as a really wonderful process. And as Lou Oliver had pointed out, he was instrumental in bringing a lot of good folks here to help with that. And it was interesting to see people from Tennessee, Alabama, different parts of Georgia come here and see Roswell for the first time, and through their eyes and through our residents' eyes put together our Groveway charrette, which produced some of those nice drawings that you saw. And what I found incredible about that was it didn't take people long to come here and to see what was interesting and what was unique and what was important about Roswell. And they were able to put pen to paper to make that happen. So this ordinance, the intent of this ordinance is to take that charrette and to put it into code. And it's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be a T that needs to be crossed or an I that needs to be dotted, and we'll deal with those as they come forward. But I think all in all, the community has put together a really good document here that meets the spirit of that charrette, and that is really what we're trying to create. Somebody had mentioned earlier that we're creating the future for Roswell, and I believe that's the case. I think this is a very important document. I believe that what we're doing here is creating something new and something that Roswell doesn't currently have. We need those places for our younger generation. We need those places for our older generation. Those are things that we have heard, or I have heard time and time again from our constituents, that there's nowhere like that in Roswell to live. So we are taking somewhat of a leap of faith here, and I believe we're doing the right thing. We're looking at creating a sense of place. That's something that Canton Street has, which is so great about Canton Street. Everybody loves that. You walk down the street, it feels so good. You want to be there. People from all over the region come there. Andre Squani, who came here the other week, who Janet Russell had mentioned, he's one of the foremost planners in the world, was saying what's really incredible about Canton Street is if you think about the most successful piece of it, it's just about a block long. All of Canton Street's fairly successful, and as you get toward the north, it kind of thins out a little bit. But where it's the most successful is that one little block where there's buildings on either side of the street. The buildings are up to the sidewalk, and everybody loves it. And he said, you've got this one block in North Fulton that is a regional draw because it doesn't exist anywhere else. So we want to try to recreate that. We want to have that energy, that feel, that sense of place that is Canton Street, bring it over here to Grove Way and make Grove Way just as wonderful a place as Canton Street. I believe we're there. It's been a long, hard road. It's been a long night. But I think we're doing the right thing, and I'm glad we're here.
I encourage the rest of the council members to be brief. Councilmember Price. Now, Councilmember Wynn.
Very, very quick, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank people that came out tonight. Also the Grove Way community, but also a very special thank you to Nancy Diamond for her hard work of getting this thing through. So thank you, Councilmember Diamond.
Thanks for coming. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Oh, we got to take a vote. Damn. Your comments, we're going to take a vote. I was ready to get out of here. How anxious I am.
We still have more items after this, and it is getting late. I appreciate all the people who came out tonight and took your time. It shows how everybody has an interest in Roswell. We may have different opinions, but we all have a great interest and love for Roswell, and that's what makes this city so great. And this is not going to happen overnight. I was on the council, I hate to say, 18 or so years ago when we first spent the money on Canton Street, and it has taken this long for it to really get to its maturity. And then I remember Richard was talking about Sloan Street, and I remember when you could get properties in Sloan Street for $30,000 or less, and now you could get a few square feet maybe, I'm not sure. So all of these things have been catalysts for Roswell. All of them take time. This will take time, but I think it's an exciting time for us to be looking at change in a way that will keep Roswell going, protect our quality of life, and we're all trying to protect our quality of life and create this sense of place that people want to be at, want to have businesses in, want to live in, and draw the younger people, because we do need younger people to keep our city alive and keep it growing. So I'm excited about this going forward, and want to thank everybody that's been involved in it over the last several years.
Any further discussion?
I want to make clear that I do support all the effort that you guys have done, every man and women, and thank you for all that. Before I thought, will we get what we want? No. Now the answer, will we get what we want? I'm not sure. I still want a lot of things that you want, but I'm not sure this gets us there. So my vote against it will not be a vote against you, if you believe that.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. It's Councilmember Orleans, Price, Wynn, DiPolito, and Diamond. All opposed. Councilmember Eichelhart. Passes 5-1. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you for coming.
Have you met your
We got 30 minutes to wrap this up before we turn into pumpkins at midnight. That would be up to Councilmember Diamond. For the record, Councilmember Eichelhart has not rejoined us, but we'll proceed with the meeting. Councilmember Diamond, if you'll call the next item.
Deference to our applicant, I would like to make over him for a few minutes. This is RZ 1201, text amendment related to sidewalk cafes. This is the second reading. Mr. Townsend.
This is an amendment to the Sidewalk Cafe license to allow them throughout the city wherever the public sidewalk is requested to be used for a sidewalk cafe. Staff would recommend approval of the text amendment.
We have first, is this a
second reading?
Second reading. If we'd read the ordinance, please.
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City of Roswell to amend the zoning ordinance Article 10.39.3, uses permitted, application for license dealing with the sidewalk cafe locations within the City of Roswell, Georgia. Now therefore, to accomplish the foregoing, the Mayor and Council of the City of Roswell, pursuant to their authority, do hereby adopt the following ordinance. Article 10, Specific Use Requirements, Chapter 10.39, Sidewalk Cafes, Section 10.39.3, Uses Permitted, Application for License, is amended as follows, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Does the council have any questions? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Councilmember DiPolito.
I just have a quick comment. If you have not been to Little Alley Steak, you need to go. It is... Oh.
That's next.
Never mind.
Hopefully you've gone inside to eat.
Do we have a motion? Motion to approve by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Orleans. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion about council? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Passes unanimously.
Next item is SC 1201, 955 Canton Street, number 120, Little Alley Steaks.
This is a request for a sidewalk license for Little Alley Steak. Staff recommends approval with 3 conditions. This is the area that is being requested. We are maintaining the 5-foot clear for ADA requirements around all the posts, the tree, and the curb. As you recall, and I want to put on the record, there was a request by Zest to close in 3 parking spaces. This uses one of those spaces that has been closed in, and Little Alleys and the owner of Zest have already contractually they've swapped money that they needed to get it done, so it's all taken care of for this particular location. These are the 3 conditions that are included in your backup material. The applicant has seen them, and they agree with the condition. It's late. They agree with the conditions.
Do we have a motion?
Move to approve with staff recommendations.
Motion for approval with the conditions recommended by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Wynn. Further discussion? Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion, raise their hand.
I need to finish my plug. If you haven't been to Little Alley Steak, you need to go. The food is amazing, and what he has done with the interior of that restaurant is just absolutely incredible.
All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously. Thank you for sticking around tonight, but you had to.
No, but not before the first one. This one is...
Next item, please.
This would be RZ 1202, text amendment to allow farmers markets in commercial zoning districts. This would be the second reading.
This is to allow for farmers markets. It includes definitions dealing with markets and produce. It allows for them to be as a permitted use in C1, C2, and C3. Also permitted in HR and MPMUD. Requires that a manager be on site. Controls the hours, controls the number of days, does allow for a permit to be issued by the planning and zoning director, which you're giving me new authority to do something, which I think is a good thing, if you think so too. Staff would recommend approval of the second reading.
Second reading, please.
Thank you. This is an ordinance to amend sections of the City of Roswell zoning ordinance regarding the use of farmers market, creating a definition of farmers market to allow for the use of farmers markets to be located as a permitted use in the City of Roswell zoning districts HR, MP, MUD, C1, C2, and C3, creating a farmers market permit requirements to allow for the approval of a farmers market permit by the zoning director. Now, therefore, pursuant to their authority, the mayor and council adopt the following ordinance, text of which is incorporated herein by reference, and if approved, this will be the second reading.
Do we have a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Question first. Councilmember Price.
Were there any changes between the first and second readings? Or I guess I should say, did we incorporate all of our...
Everything that was requested at first reading was put into the ordinance and changed.
So there were changes between the first and second reading. Can you summarize those changes? Just for the record, for the council members' consideration. We have 20 minutes for the criminal conference. Pumpkin time.
Mr. Townsend, the only one I remember was allowing the farmers
banner.
market to have its own banner.
I think it was the banner. That was the only issue. We were allowing them to have an individual banner that could not be up
within so many
24
days.
hours before and had to come down like 2 hours after.
Was fee part of this discussion, or was that a separate ordinance?
Fee would be a separate ordinance typically.
So does that not show up here as well?
I thought there was a resolution.
The practice is to set the fee by resolution so we don't have to have a reading of the ordinance each time. It's only done once.
Okay, so we already set the fee and we don't do it again, or we don't look at it this time?
Right. By separate action, we set the fee. We set the fee by separate action. We pass an ordinance saying the fee to be established by resolution, and then we'll establish it by resolution. I'm not sure we've passed a resolution yet. I think we did last time.
Well, I think we did. That's why I'm wondering. So that's not part of this vote.
No, for procedural reasons, we separate them. It only takes one reading. Doesn't take a reading. It's a resolution. Doesn't take a reading of the ordinance. Any other questions? Do we have a motion?
All right, move to approve.
Is there a second? Motion by Diamond for approval of the second reading, second by Councilmember DiPolito. Anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Any further discussion by council? All in favor of the motion, raise their hands. Passes unanimously.
The next item is RZ 11-14, text amendment to the sign ordinance related to the distribution of allowable ground and wall sign square footage. And this would be the second reading. Yes, I was going to ask if we could defer this.
Is there a motion for deferral?
Okay. Move to defer. Move to defer.
Motion for deferral by Councilmember Diamond. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Nguyen. Anybody here on this matter? Public hearing will be deferred along with the second reading. If there's a vote on this, all in favor of deferral, raise their hands.
Yeah.
Passes unanimously. Deferred. Councilmember Price.
Can I do one quick statement before Brad and Alice and Jackie leave to thank them very, very, very much. I know that Brad stepped into this after we had a staff departure, and so he kind of fell into the middle of it, and they have put in countless hours, and they are the ones who have done the work, and we so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Price, if you'll call your agenda item.
Steve Eisenbrack is coming forward as we discuss the
Make it quick.
approval of budget. I can't talk much faster at this point. Approval of budget amendment 35042200-04-09-12 in the amount of $32,197 to cover the cost to move the 3 Georgia Power poles as part of the SR9 SR120 intersection improvement project.
Do we have any alternative to doing this?
No, sir.
Not doing it.
Do we have well, we have the alternative.
You can do it, or we got to pay it.
If you want the wall to not keep getting ripped down by trucks.
Do we have a motion?
Moved to not approve.
Move to deny.
That's the one.
All right. Is there a second? So you would kill the project?
I would kill the project.
Is there a second to that? Fails for lack of a second. Is there an alternate motion?
I just had a question for Mr. Eisenbrack. Do we have alternative layouts, or can we look at alternative layouts to keep the poles where they are?
Honestly, we have looked at this for months and months, and I asked the staff the same question. Look, let's just, leave the poles where they are. The physics just don't allow it. I mean, what we have, the problem we have here on this diagram is this being north and this being the square. The trucks have outgrown the corridor. And this is a 7.5-foot left turn lane. So we use computers to figure out the wheel path of the trucks that go through there. We did a lot of research in it. This is not just a back of the envelope, hey, this looks good, let's do it. This is the product of an enormous amount of work, probably too much work. But it's because we've got such limited width. The width here, the width there, and the turning radius doesn't allow us to do that. So what happens is that we change the geometry of the way the tractor would move through and make this turn so that the trailer would not keep scraping that wall. The only alternative we realistically have is to move the wall. And I talked to Joe Glover about that, and that's That was something he just shook his head and said.
How much would it cost? Would it cost us more to move the wall than the poles?
Mayor, I think the objection is touching the square. I mean, what we're doing is shaving a little corner off the
But it
square.
would cost us a substantial amount to move this wall.
Yes, sir, it would. And I
haven't
think
done the
we'd be
estimate, but it's
touching
gonna
a
be-
sacred
it's gonna
area.
cost us one or the other.
Yes, sir.
It's not sacred to me, but it may be to other
It's
people.
not a historic
Nobody's
wall,
buried
but
here.
it is a sensitive wall, to say the least. And
Have we exhausted all our options with Georgia Power to get them to pay for this?
yes, sir. They originally their original bill was $64,000, and we kind of negotiated and horse traded, and they're saying that they need $32,000 to move these poles, and we're out of legal options because they're claiming prior rights, and this is the first time I've ever seen this, but apparently they're right.
I thought our representative was going to try to go to bat for us. Nancy Davis was going to try to go to bat for us to make this work.
Yeah, we've had those discussions. It's not yielded anything.
We tried
One
doing
time,
it.
but at this moment, nothing has changed. But as we spoke earlier tonight about our world-famous designer who was in town a few weeks ago, we walked over there, and his solution to the project problem was to change the pedestrian island and leave the square alone, and I agreed with that completely. But I just not ready to move forward on this. Number one, we might be able to get Georgia Power to move. I don't think so. But if we could look at some other routing of the truck wheels, possibly with the pedestrian island modification, in lieu of $32,000 that we weren't anticipating spending.
Mr. Asenbrock, do you think any further research will result in any different answer than what you currently have right now?
Mayor, there's two issues here. We're overlapping two issues. One is freight movement, and the other is pedestrian movement. This pole is needed to move for freight movement. The other two are for pedestrian movements. For instance, you've heard 1,000 times people complaining about on their reversible lanes that there's a telephone pole in the middle of the sidewalk. Well, we are actually building sidewalks along there right now. And if we don't move these poles, we are going to be a party to exactly the thing that we don't want, which is a telephone pole right in the middle of the sidewalk. So we will not meet ADA. I can't meet ADA with a wall and a curb. I just have no other place to put that pole. Now, the one on the other side, we've looked at this 1,000 times. We will have a pole where the handicap ramp is, and that's not going to meet ADA either. I mean, we're just really jammed here for a lot of things. Now, I mean, I will go back and we will look at it one more time. I mean, if the issue of moving these poles is obviously not met with universal support, but
at some point in time, it's time to make a decision. If we think it's worthwhile, if there's a chance we can find a solution, I would support it. But if you're saying, I've looked at it 1,000 different ways,
I've looked at it 1,000 different ways, but I'm willing to look at it 1,001 different ways if it's the pleasure of this mayor and city council.
Move to defer.
Motion to defer. So that would be defer to have him take a second look.
Correct.
Motion to defer to take a second look. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
I had a question.
We'll have a question before we take a vote.
Oh, it doesn't look like it matters. Why not? It's like you said, sometimes you just got to make decisions. That's why they pay us the big bucks. So why don't we approve it with the idea that he will take one more look at it and we can move this thing forward instead of dragging it on?
Are we holding up anything by deferring?
Mayor, we have already let this to construction. We are working around this. We have the contractor's out here right now working on sidewalks. He's working on everything else. Remember, this was two projects. One was MARTA, one was city. So
if we bring it back at the next meeting, is that going to hold him up? Is that going to cost it time and money?
It almost assuredly will.
The answer is yes, it's going to cost us more money to hold us up.
Yes, sir. I mean,
That's the downside here, folks.
Can I withdraw my
That's why I'm suggesting just
Motion withdrawn.
pass it with the idea that they take one more look at it and then they can move forward if they need to.
Does anybody else, do we have another motion to
Well, assuming we can find the money, and I guess it's in the contingency fund.
Correct.
Which, if there's money in there, maybe we could pay for that rock and ride. But anyway, I have no problem just conceptually of the two southerly ones. My only concern is the one on the square. That
This
we
one.
look at that one more carefully.
Okay. I mean, so what you're saying is you're okay with moving these 2 poles for the pedestrian requirements?
I'm okay with those two,
All right.
assuming that we've got the money.
All right, what's your concern with the one on the square?
Just shaving off more of the square.
Your concern is not with the pole, but with the design?
No, if we move that pole, it's in effect going to make the square smaller.
I don't understand.
She's correct. It makes this portion of the square smaller, but we're also making it larger over here. So there's a net gain of the square. With
How
this.
much? By how much are we making the square smaller?
Mayor, I had that number last time. It was
a couple of feet.
No, it was on the order of 400 square feet. I mean, it wasn't much. It was a small amount, or 40 square feet. I forget, 38. Anyway, we're shaving a little of this edge off, and we're adding. This is that truck apron. We're allowing the trucks to come down here and make that turn, such that they. So this
is an issue about the pole placement. It's an issue about the turning radius design. Is that a fair statement, Councilmember Price?
Well, I mean, with a pole where it is, nothing would change. With the pole removed, then yeah, they're going to cut in more into that turn.
Well, your concern is not with the pole placement or the expense. Your concern is with shaving off some of the square.
Well, it's a combination of things. But
the expense and shaving.
But I think our real problem is with the pedestrian islands that doesn't allow them to make the turn. Which, as I said,
the issue, if we wiped out this pedestrian island entirely, what would happen is the truck would be swinging out too far in order to clear this area. And so we were concerned about the, right now with the signal phasing, there was a chance that could cause some accidents, and even as it is, we're still a little bit concerned about pedestrians standing here waiting to turn right and a truck trailer coming and grazing them. So this is still really a very tight situation.
Right, I would contend they're probably safer with the pole there.
I would caution my counsel into second guessing engineers on safety questions and turning radius questions.
I'd rather have the pole there between me and the truck than no pole.
Well, but again, I am 100% confident running auto turn is the industry standard for exactly these types of situations.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to first take a motion on these 2 poles to the south. Do we have a motion on moving these 2 poles to the south? I'm going to break it down into 2 pieces because I think we've got Councilmember Price supports moving the 2 poles to the south.
So these 2 poles on the south end of the intersection.
Do we have a motion to move the 2 poles to the south?
That's the move at in the amount of
whatever the 2 poles cost.
We'll prorate the cost.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second on the 2 poles to the south? All right, further discussion about the 2 poles to the south. All in favor of moving the 2 poles to the south? That's approved unanimously. Okay. Now the pole to the north. We have a, Councilmember Price, I assume you're making a motion not to move the pole to the north.
correctly.
All right, so we have a motion not to move the pole to the north. Do we have a second on that motion? Fails for lack of a second. Do we have an alternate motion?
For that discussion.
Well, first of all, we need to see if we have a motion rather than the deferral, because right now I don't move to defer until I at least have a motion to defer. Do we have a motion on the pole to the north? Councilman Orleans.
As I was saying earlier, move for approval on the movement of the pole to the north with transportation taking one final look at it and see if there's an alternative.
And if there's an alternative, not move it, but if there's no alternative, it doesn't need to come back to council.
Correct.
Does the council understand the motion? Do we have a second? Second by DePolito. Further discussion? All in favor of the motion? That's Councilman Orleans, you voting. That's Orleans, Wynn, DePolito, and Diamond in favor of moving the poll. Well, taking a second opinion, but if we cannot change things for safety reasons, to go ahead and move the poll. All opposed? Councilmember Price is opposed. Passes 4-1.
Thank you.
All right. Last thing on the agenda, we have a motion for closure. Motion by Wynn. Is there a second? Second by DePolito. All in favor? Passes unanimously. Kate says we got something else to talk about.
No, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say that we could wait for closure until April 20th.
Mayor's waiting for the closure. Closure is canceled. Council, thank you for your hard work tonight. And council, thanks for sticking.